just a little bit more of housekeeping measures that after we take roll and read the whole agenda, we will take some time, a break, so that you can submit your public comments. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to our clerk so that she can call roll and get us started.
Roll call. Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Brossett.
Here.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Banks.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And with that, I will turn it over to, I believe, Ms. Trbecher to read the agenda. Teresa, are you reading the agenda today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The council meeting for Thursday, November 19th, 2020. Page 2, special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. 1, communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, submitting the recommended agenda items for deferral for the November 19th, 2020 regular council meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 2, communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Counsel, Council Utilities Regulatory Office, submitting the transmittal document for communications related to electric and gas utility matters to be received by the Council of the City of New Orleans at its meeting on November 19th, 2020. Report submitted by Entergy New Orleans LLC ENO. 1, Energy Smart Quarterly Report for the period of July 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2020, submitted pursuant to Resolutions R1152 and R2051, UD 0802, and UD 1703. 2, Update on the City Council CARES Program, submitted pursuant to Resolution R20148. Motion. 1, motion to intervene out of time, UD 2002, submitted by National Audubon Society. 3, communication from Dane S. Cialino, Executive Administrator and General Counsel, New Orleans Ethics Review Board, requesting the council consider amendments to the city code to broaden the pool of eligible candidates for the office of Inspector General. 4, communication from Lisa D. Alexis, President of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, transmitting the Economic Development Plan for New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, NOTCF, as revised and adopted by the NOTCF Board on November 16, 2020, and its 2020 program budget. Suggested hearing date set for 12/3/20. Page 4, number 5, communication from Jenna D. Burke, Director of Land Use, Councilmember J.H. Banks, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement applications. RTA application 2019-0059, 131 Carondelet Street, New Orleans Redevelopment Partners 2, LLC, and RTA application 2019-0418, 1315 Gravier Street, 1315 Gravier Owner, LLC. Suggested hearing date set for 12/3. Number 6, communication from Allison Port, Legislative Director, Councilmember Kristin Palmer, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement applications. RTA application number 2018-0126, 226 Decatur Street, 226 Decatur LLC, and RTA application number 2018-0067, 1543 North Robertson Street, CNI Development LLC. Suggested hearing date 12/3. Page 5, number 7, communication from Stephen Gernhauser, Attorney at Law, care of Tom and Valina Kalis, requesting a zoning change for property located at 20824 Sheffman Tour Highway. Suggested hearing date set for 12/3. Report still needed from CPC. Number 8, communication from J. Nicole Weber of Weber Consulting, requesting to appeal the HDLC's denial of a demolition request of more than 50% of the wall area and 50% of the roof for the property located at 5221 Coliseum Street. Suggested hearing date set for 12/3. Number 9, report from Eleanor Burke, Deputy Director, New Orleans Historic Landmarks Commission, transmitting the report detailing the HDLC's denial of an application to demolish more than 50% of the roof structure and exterior walls to accommodate an addition for the property located at 5221 Coliseum Street. Suggested hearing date set for 12/3/20. Number 10, report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission, transmitting zoning docket numbers 8420 for Councilmember Banks, 8520 Councilmember Gissison Palmer, 8620 Councilmember Brossett, 8720 Councilmember Brossett, 8820 Councilmember Brossett, 8920 Councilmember Banks, 9020 Councilmember Wynn. Council deadline being 1/18/21, along with design review 1/37/20 for Councilmember Banks with no deadline. Suggested hearing date set for 12/3. Council members, we also received an additional communication from Victoria Lewandowski, Councilmember Wynn, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting scheduling a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application. RTA application 2019-0490, 6324 Chef Mentor Highway, 6400 Chef Mentor Highway. Peter Gardner, project contact. Owner 6400 Chef Mentor Highway, LLC. Council members, we will need to suspend the rules to receive this communication.
Helena, I think you're mute.
Councilmember, you're on mute.
I know, I couldn't find myself back on the screen. Sorry about that. I had my own technical difficulty there. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 5 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended.
The communication has been received. Page 7, regular agenda. Number 1, legislative grouping, RTA tax abatement. 1A, communication of Jenna Burke, Director of Land Use, District B, requesting to schedule a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application and transmitting the report on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, approving the request. RTA application number 2018-0290, 1012 Canal Street, Raoul Properties, LLC, Zella May, Z Group, LLC, 2525 Burgundy Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70115, and 1B, resolution number R2386 by Councilmember Banks, a resolution approving participation of municipal address 1012 Canal Street, owned by Raoul Properties, LLC, as identified by State Board of Commerce and Industry application number RTA 2018-0290. Page 8, land use matters. All land use matters are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1b, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. There's no ceding of public speaking time permitted. Number 1, legislative grouping. 1A, HDLC appeal of Sharon Bourne, Musso Architects, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of the application to install a new through-wall vent in existing transom for property located at 701 Chapatoulas Street. This matter is on deadline. 1B, motion number M2385 by Councilmember Banks, a motion overruling HDLC's denial and granting the applicant's appeal. Page 9, number 2, legislative grouping. 2A, HDLC appeal of Eric Iglesias, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's denial of the application to appeal the ARC recommendation of denial to expand the second floor gallery for property located at 1015 Melpomene Street. This application is on deadline. 2B, motion number M2387 by Councilmember Banks, a motion upholding HDLC's denial, denying the applicant's appeal. Page 10, number 3, legislative grouping. 3A, VCC appeal of Ira R. Silverstein, the Silverstein Law Firm, a professional law corporation, requesting on behalf of John C. Williams to approve the Vieux-Carré Commission's decision of denial of proposal to demolish existing stoops and lower door sills by 18 inches per application and materials received 10/8/19 and 9/10/2020 for property located at 715, 17, 19 Bourbon Street. This application is on deadline. 3B, motion number M2398 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, a motion upholding VCC's denial and denying the applicant's appeal. Page 11, number 4, legislative grouping. 4A, zoning docket number 6420, council motion M 2094, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish campground as a permitted use in Article 8, the MMU Mixed Use Maritime District, to modify the definition in Article 26 and to modify use standards in Article 20, Section 20.3 K campgrounds with the following considerations. 1, specifically include recreational vehicles and the types of transient occupancy allowed at a campground. 2, assess and reevaluate the minimum area required for campgrounds to instead establish a density level for camping spaces. And 3, assess and reevaluate the required perimeter lot setback as 20 feet or greater. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. This application is on deadline. 4B, motion number M2397 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion approving the request, subject to the following amendments. Article 26 definition, campground, an area to be used for transient occupancy by camping in tents, camp trailers, recreational vehicles, travel trailers, motorhomes, or similar movable or temporary sleeping quarters of any kind for a maximum of 15 days. Article 20, Section 20.K.W, campground. 1, a maximum density of 50 campsites per acre is allowed. Campsites must be located a minimum of 20 feet apart. 2, campgrounds shall comply with all applicable state and city regulations, including those governing installation, construction, and/or operation of swimming pools, water supply, sewage disposal, food storage and service, plumbing, structures, electrical wiring, and fire prevention. 3, management, headquarters, recreational facilities, coin-operated laundry facilities, cabins for counselors, overnight accommodations, living space, and other uses and structures customarily associated with the operation of a campground are permitted. 4, storage of all campground materials and/or equipment shall be within enclosed structures. 5, year-round residency is prohibited at any campground. Camping units are prohibited from use as a principal residence. 6, the perimeter setback shall be landscaped to screen the campground. Preservation of existing vegetation is encouraged. 7, each campsite shall be set back a minimum distance of 50 feet from the perimeter property line of the campground. Any permanent or semi-permanent structures such as platforms, ramps, lean tops, garages, and sheds are prohibited within this setback. Page 13, number 5, legislative grouping, 5A, zoning docket 7120, Housing Authority of New Orleans, requesting for an affordable housing plan development in an HU RM1 historic urban multifamily residential district on square 264, lot 30, or lots 30 and 2 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Barone Street, Phillip Street, Jackson Avenue, and Brainerd Street, municipal address 2256 Barone Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 1 exception and 11 provisos. This application is on deadline. 5B, motion number M2388 by Councilmember Banks, a motion approving the request as recommended by the Commission, subject to 1 exception and 11 provisos as provided in the City Planning Report, with an amendment to provisos 2 and 10, and the addition of 6 provisos for a total of 17, to read as follows. Note an error on the agenda. It provides number 3, but that is actually proviso 2 as provided in the brief. 2, in accordance with Article 11, Section 11.3, Building Design Standards of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, the plans submitted to the City Planning Commission for final approval shall indicate that the proposed plans are compliant with all requirements of the building design standards found in Section 11.3.b. This includes reinstating the curb to provide for on-street parking adjacent to the site, providing safe pedestrian access, and other modifications as necessary. This would also include provisions to ensure all shutters shall be operational and sized to fit the windows. Proviso 10, the applicant shall submit revised site plans to improve safety and circulation within the off-street parking area. The design of vehicle parking spaces, driveways, and curb cuts shall comply with the requirements as set forth in Article 22, Section 22.8, and Article 22, Section 22.11 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. This includes the provision of at least 11 off-street parking spaces at all times. The inclusion of provisos 12 through 17 are as follows. 12, the operator and/or developer shall submit a security and operation plan to be reviewed by the Director of Safety and Permits and all other relevant city agencies, with the following added. The security plan shall include the provision of exterior security cameras. The exterior security cameras shall maintain recordings for a period not less than 90 days, and any recordings shall be made available to the Department of Safety and Permits upon request. At no time may an exterior camera be out of service for a period longer than 90 days. Required exterior security cameras shall be part of the SafeCam Platinum Initiative and integrated with the City of New Orleans Real-Time Crime Center. 13, short-term rentals shall be prohibited at this development. 14, developers shall place signage inside and outside the building indicating the name and contact information for a property manager who shall be accessible at all times. Such signs must be posted in a visible location near all entryways. 15, the applicant shall submit a litter abatement program letter to the Department of Sanitation for review and approval. The letter shall be inclusive of the stated location of trash storage out of the public right-of-way, the type and quantity of trash receptacles, the frequency of litter pickup, and the clearing of litter from the adjacent rights-of-way as necessary. The name and phone number of the off-site manager shall be included on this letter and be kept on file in case of any violation. Proviso 16 on page 15, loitering in front of the structure or in the adjacent rights-of-way shall be prohibited. Developers shall place signage in a visible location near all entryways, reminding residents and visitors that loitering is prohibited. Number 17, decorative elements having historically functional purposes such as shutters, balconies, windows, and doors shall be operational. Number 6, zoning docket number 7220, Jennifer Halpern. Deferral has been requested to the meeting of 12/3. Page 16, number 7, zoning docket number 7620, Glenn Amity and the succession of David Amity. Deferral has been requested to the meeting of 12/3/20. Number 8, page 17, legislative grouping 8A, zoning docket number 7720, City Council motion M2237, requesting a zoning change from a C1 general commercial district to a C3 heavy commercial district located on Prairie Lands Parcel 14 and an undesignated square in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Michoud Boulevard, Interstate 10, Six Flags Parkway, and Interstate 510, municipal address 14201 Michoud Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. 8B, motion number M2382 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion approving the request as recommended in the City Planning Commission report. Page 18, number 9, legislative grouping 9A, zoning docket number 7820, City Council motion M2242. Requesting a text amendment to Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to establish a new interim zoning district, IZD, to be named Lower Ninth Ward Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District. The intent of which is to amend the off-street parking regulations to 1, only require 1 off-street vehicle parking space for 2 family dwellings of a certain width, and no off-street parking for single and 2 family dwellings of a certain width. 2, require tree plantings beneficial to the neighborhood. And 3, set a new front yard build to line for properties in the lower 9th Ward. This text amendment will impact the area bounded by North Rampart Street, Industrial Canal, Florida Avenue, and the Orleans-St. Bernard Parish line. 9B, motion number M2383 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion approving the request as recommended in the City Planning Report. Page 19, number 10, zoning docket number 7920, Danielle M. Braxton and Christopher R. Patterson has been deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Number 11, zoning docket number 8020, City Council motion number M2265 has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 20, number 12, zoning docket number 8120, Construction and General Laborers Local Union 99 has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 21, number 13, legislative grouping 13A, subdivision docket appeal of Amy Scandalito, requesting to appeal the City Planning Commission's decision of denial of a re-subdivision for property located at 4533 Reed Boulevard and 10149 Sheffman Tour Highway, subdivision docket number 8220. 13B, report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission recommending denial of the request by Amy Scandalito, CSR Solutions LLC, Sariha Dorsey, to re-subdivide part of Arpent 93 and Lot E into Lot X and Lot Y in Section 44, Township 12 South, Range 12, East 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Reed Boulevard, Sheffman Tour Highway, Cardenas Drive, and Springwood Street. Municipal address 4533 Reed Boulevard, subdivision docket 8220. 13C, motion number M2384 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion overruling CPC's denial and granting the subdivision appeal. Page 22, number 14, the legislative grouping 2021 budget matters. For the public, this will be the first item after the public comment recess. 14A, calendar number 33,158 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance relative to the levy of ad valorem taxes upon the assessed value of all property, real, personal, and mixed, subject to taxation in the city of New Orleans, and to the levy of ad valorem taxes on property located in special development and security districts in the city of New Orleans for the year 2021, to levy millage rates for the year 2021, and to reallocate the tax receipts for a state millage and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, we did receive an amendment to ordinance number calendar 33158. It is titled Tax 1. It is by Councilmember Brossett by request. It provides as follows. 1. In section 9 on page 5 in line 9, delete the word previously. 2. In section 18 on page 9 on line 9, delete figure 14.76 and insert in lieu thereof figure 17.12. An explanation of the amendment is: 1. Corrects a drafting error. 2. Amendment increases the Downtown Development District's DDD 2021 millage from 1476 mils to 1712 mils based on an expressed will of DDD's boards of commissioners. Council members, we are going to need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
Move to suspend.
Second. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 4 yeas, no nays.
Tax 1 has been received. 14B, calendar number 33,159 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance relative to the levy of fees on property located in special security and improvement taxing districts in the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, we also received an amendment to ordinance calendar number 33159 by Councilmember Brossett by request titled STD1. 1. In section 1 on page 2 on line 29, delete the text "a special ad valorem tax not to exceed 5 mils or a fee not to exceed," and insert in lieu thereof the text, quote, "a fee in the amount of and not exceeding," end quote. 2. In section 1 on page 10 on line 211, delete the space between the letters K and E in the word lake. 3. In section 1 on page 14 on line 296, delete the text "a flat fee not to exceed" and insert in lieu thereof "a flat fee in an amount of." Number 4. In section 1 on page 18 on lines 369 through 373, delete the text "a special ad valorem tax on taxable property not to exceed 5 mils or a flat fee not to exceed $360 is hereby set upon each parcel situated within Lake Barrington Subdivision Improvement District. A fee in the amount of $350 is hereby levied for the year 2021 upon each parcel of real property situated in the Lake Barrington Subdivision Improvement District. And insert in lieu thereof, quote, "and is subsequently reapproved by the voters of the Lake Barrington Subdivision Improvement District, voting in a referendum on October 12, 2019, a fee in the amount of $350 is hereby set upon each parcel situated within the Lake Barrington Subdivision Improvement District. A fee in the amount of $350 is hereby levied for the year 2021 upon each parcel of real property situated in the Lake Barrington Subdivision Improvement District." The explanation being: 1. This corrects language pertaining to the levying of fees approved by voters. 2. Corrects a spacing error. 3. Corrects language pertaining to the levying of fees approved by voters. And 4. Inserts most recent ballot approval by voters and correcting a drafting error. Council members, we will need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment STD1.
So moved. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Brossett, I think.
Hold on.
Yes.
Madam-
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and has been received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 14C, calendar number 33,160 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2021 in accordance with the provisions of Section 3117 and 42061F of the Charter and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 23, 14D, calendar number 33,161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2021 in accordance with Sections 3116, 42061F, and 6102 of the City Charter, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, we have received 7 requested amendments. I will read each one separately into the record and request a vote on each one separately. The first amendment to 33-161 is titled RB 4110 HUD. By Councilmember Brossett by request. In Section 3 on page 4 on lines 4 and 5, delete the figure $74,944,176 and insert in lieu thereof the figure $80,574,273. The explanation being this amendment increases Housing and Urban Development Fund 4110 by $5,630,97 for the Office of Community Development. Council members, we're going to need to suspend the rules to receive this communication.
So moved.
Amendment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Brossett. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
yay,
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
Second amendment is RB 4411 LLE. Amendment to ordinance calendar number 33-161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. 1, in section 6 on page 5 on lines 4 and 5, delete the figure $1,391,780 and insert in lieu thereof the figure $1,396,780. This amendment increases LLE grants funds 4411 by $5,000 for the Office of Mayor Grant Operations. Need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
yay,
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment has been received.
We have amendment number RB, federal grants, amendment to ordinance calendar number 33-161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. In section 6 on page 5 on line 6, after the number 4115 and before the number 4142, insert the number 4136. 2, in section 6 on page 5 on line 9, delete the figure $61,035,555 and insert in lieu thereof the figure $68,231,798. 3, in section 6 on page 5 on line 10, delete the figure $83,538,188 and insert in lieu thereof the figure $90,734,431. The explanation being number 1 is a technical amendment to insert the number 4136, the fund number for Federal Department of Homeland Security, FHS. Number 2 increases federal grants in the category of other federal grants by $7,196,243. And number 3 increases total federal grants by $7,196,243. We need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
second,
Seconded by Councilmember Brossett. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
yay,
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment has been received.
We have amendment number RB, Special Fund Amendment to Ordinance Calendar number 33-161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. In section 8 on page 5 in lines 3 and 4, delete the figure 11,956,645 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 9,957,434. 2. In section 8 on page 6, delete lines 11 and 12 in their entirety. 3. In section 8 on page 6, delete lines 13 and 14 in their entirety. 4. In section 8 on page 6 on line 20, delete the figure 6,700,000 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 10,700,000. 5. In section 8 on page 6 on line 27, delete the figure 200,000 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 200,519. 6. In section 8 on page 7 on line 31, delete the figure 59,481 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 1,635,533. 7. In section 8 on page 8 on line 61, delete the figure 1,044 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 1,061. 8. In section 8 on page 8 after line 61 and before line 62, insert the following. 61A, Pligo Community Service Transmission Trust Fund 5309. 61B, Total Pligo Community Service Trust Commission Trust 1023. Number 9, in section 8 on page 8 on line 63, delete the figure 6,540 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 6,632. 10, in section 8 on page 8 on line 73, delete the figure 86,708 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 87,683. 11, in section 8 on page 9 on line 78, delete the figure 77,712,911 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 81,269,878. Explanation of amendments. Amendment 1 decreases the Downtown Development District Fund 6692 by $1,999,211. Amendment 2 decreases Payroll Clearing Fund, Fund 1101 in its entirety. Amendment 3 decreases British Petroleum Settlement Fund, Fund 1140, $2,500 in its entirety from the New Orleans Public Library. Amendment 4 increases On Behalf Payments Fund, 1150, by $4 million for the New Orleans Fire Department. Amendment 5 increases Environmental Disaster Mitigation Fund 5107 by $519 for Public Works. Amendment 6 increases French Quarter Improvement Fund 5109 for various city agencies' departments. Amendment 7 increases Miss Otto Joachim Trust, I apologize, Fund 5302 by $17 for the New Orleans Public Library. Council members, we will need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second?
I'm so sorry, Councilmember Moreno, I did not finish. I didn't realize there was another page of explanations. I apologize.
Okay, sure.
Amendment 8 adds Pligo Community Service Commission Trust Fund 5309 with $1,023 for the New Orleans Recreational Development Commission, Nord C. Amendment 9 increases E.D. Benjamin Trust Fund 5112 by $92 for the Health Department. Amendment 10 increases Simon Hersham Trust Proceeds Fund 5415 by $975 for the New Orleans Public Library. And Amendment 11 increases the total for special revenues and trust funds by $3,556,967. That is the entirety of the amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second on the suspension of the rules?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by, I think that was Councilmember Jeruso, Madam Clerk.
It was Councilmember Nguyen.
Oh, it was Wynn. Okay.
We have Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
We have Council Amendment RB Special Funds 2, Amendment to Ordinance Calendar Number 33,161 by Councilmembers Wynn and Moreno. 1, in Section 8 on page 7 on line 51, delete the number 3,577 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. 2, in Section 8 on page 9, line 78, delete the number 81,269,878 and insert in lieu thereof 81,019,878. The explanation being items 1 and 2 decreases the Energy Penalty Settlement Fund / Total Special Revenues Trust Fund by $250,000. Need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
We have amendment number Council RBGF2, amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,161 by Councilmembers Wynn and Moreno. 1, in section 1 on page 3 on line 70, delete the number 60,000 and insert in lieu thereof 310,000. 2, in section 1 on page 3 line 72, delete the number 10,861,959 and insert in lieu thereof 11,111,959. 3, in section 1 on page 3 line 73, delete the number 633,550,814 and insert in lieu thereof 633,800,814. 4, in section 2 on page 4 line 7, delete the number 634,315,814 and insert in lieu thereof 634,565,814. Explanation. Items 1 and 2 increases the other financing sources / transfers from other funds by $250,000 with funds from the Council's Energy Penalty Settlement Fund. Item 3 increases the total general fund by $250,000. And items 4 increases the total discretionary revenues and other financing sources by $250,000. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment has been received.
We have RB final, amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. 1, in section 8 on page 9 on line 79, delete the figure, really? 1,127,875,999 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 1,144,264,306. This amendment increases consolidated total all government funds by $16,388,307. Councilmember, we need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Who was that? I think it was
Councilmember Brossett,
Brossett. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brossett with the second. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received. Council members, I just want to let y'all know that when it comes time for us to adopt these individual amendments, I will only be reading the explanations. I'm not going to read the whole amendment again.
Sounds good. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, council members, so items 14D, there are 7 amendments received for that item. Moving on to 14E, calendar number 33,162 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 in accordance with sections 3115, 42061F, and 61023 of the city charter and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, we have received 7 amendments to this ordinance. The first one is EBGF1, Amendment to Ordinance Calendar Number 33,162 by Councilmember Brossett by request. 1, in Section 1 on page 1 on line 5, delete the figure 6,095,549 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 6,650,558. Number 2, in section 1 on page 1 on line 7, delete the figure 8,334,845 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 8,889,854. 3, in section 1 on page 2 on lines 41, delete the figure 3,309,291 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 4,312,753. 4, in section 1 on page 2 on line 42, delete the figure 2,322,566 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 2,903,207. In section 1 on page 2 on line 43, delete the figure 5,631,857 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 7,215,960. Number 6, in section 1 on page 4 on line 73, delete the figure 505,569,376 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 507,708,488. Number 7, in section 1 on page 10 on line 218, delete the figure 53,188,976 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 51,049,864. Number 8, in section 1 on page 10 on line 219, delete the figure 53,188,976 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 51,049,864. Number 9, in section 1 on page 10 on line 230, delete the figure 79,095,845 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 78,715,986. The explanation being amendments 1 and 2 add personal services to the city council budget. Amendments 3, 4, and 5 adds personal services and other operating funds to the department known as Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, JJIC. Amendment 6 adjusts the general fund subtotal. Amendment 7 and 8 reduces other operating funding from the sheriff's office. And Amendment 9 reduces the judicial and parochial total. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Brossett. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
Council members, we have EB Federal GR1 Amendment to Ordinance Calendar Number 33,162 by Councilmember Brossett by request. 1, in section 1 on page 11 on line 251, delete the figure 67,563,218 and insert in lieu thereof the figure 73,193,315. 2, in section 1 on page 11 on line 252, delete the figure 72,729,475 and insert in lieu thereof 78,359,572. 3, in section 1 on page 11 on line 253, delete the figure 74,944,176 and insert in lieu thereof 78,359,572. Number 3, in section 1 on page 11 on line 253, delete the figure 74,944,176 and insert in lieu thereof 80,574,273. Number 4, in section 1 on page 12 on line 270, delete the figure 300,000 and insert in lieu thereof 305,000. Number 5, section 1 on page 12, line 271, delete the figure 300,000 and insert in lieu thereof 305,000. 6, in section 1 on page 12 on line 276, delete the figure 1,391,780 and insert in lieu thereof 305,000. Number 7, in section 1 on page 15 on line 367, delete the figure 33,959,782 and insert in lieu thereof 34,296,932. Number 8, in section 1 on page 15 on line 368, delete the figure 43,701,879 and insert in lieu thereof 44,039,029. Number 9, in section 1 on page 15, after line 369 and before line 370, insert the following. 369A, category 100, personal services, $3,937,610. Number 10, in section 1 on page 15, on line 370, delete the figure $1,562,544 and insert in lieu thereof $429,870. Number 11, in section 1 on page 15, line 371, delete the figure $1,562,544 and insert in lieu thereof the figure $4,367,480. Number 12, in section 1 on page 16 on line 379, delete the figure $57,254,692 and insert in lieu thereof $56,529,738. Number 13, in section 1 on page 16 after line 391 and before line 392, insert the following: 391A, Federal Department of Homeland Security Operating Budget Fund 4136. 391B, the mayor. 391C, 100 personal services, $1,153, and $1,152,000, 357. Let me talk. 391C, 200 other operating, $2,901,800. 391D, department total, $4,054,157. 391E, total fund for 4136 is $4,054,157. Number 14, in section 1 on page 16 on line 392, delete the figure $83,538,188 and insert in lieu thereof $90,734,431. The explanation being amendments 1, 2, and 3 adds 2020 Hurricane Isaac drainage point repairs to the 2021 budget on behalf of the Office of Community Development. Amendment 4, 5, and 6 adds $5,000 in state grant funding for coronavirus response. Amendment 7 and 8 add 2018 Orleans Parish Flood Mitigation Assistance Non-Residential Elevation Project Grant to the 2021 budget on behalf of NOSHEP. Amendments 9, 10, 11 adds SAFER and assistance to firefighters AFG grants to the 2021 budget on behalf of the fire department. Amendment 12 adjusts funds 4115 Federal Department of Emergency total. Amendment 13 adds for fiscal year 20 Urban Area Security Initiative grant and the New Orleans Metropolitan Area Securing the Cities grant to the 2021 budget on behalf of NOSHEP. And number 14, it adjusts the totals for federal funds. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive EB Federal GR1.
So moved. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Thanks, yay, I'm
Yay.
sorry. Yay.
Okay, we have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
We have Amendment EB, SF1, Amendment to Ordinance Calendar Number 33,162 by Councilmember Brossett by request. 1. In Section 2, on page 17, on line 4, delete the figure $11,956,645 and insert in lieu thereof $9,957,434. 2. In Section 2, on page 17, on line 5, delete the figure $11,956,645 and insert in lieu thereof $9,957,434. 3. In Section 2, on page 17, on line 6, delete the figure $11,956,645 and insert in lieu thereof $9,957,434. Number 4. In Section 2, on page 17, delete lines 22 through 26 in their entirety. 5. In Section 2, on page 18, delete line 27 in its entirety. Number 6. In Section 2, on page 19, after line 49 and before line 50, insert the following: 49A, the mayor. 49B, 200 other operating, $575,452. 49C, department total, $575,452. 49D, Department of Health. 49E, 200 other operating, $275,600. 49F, department total, $275,600. 49G, Department of Public Works. 49H, 200 other operating, $725,000. 49I, department total, $725,000. Number 7, in section 2 on page 19 on line 50, delete the figure 59,481 and insert in lieu thereof 1,635,533. Number 8, in section 2 on page 19, after line 54 and before line 55, insert the following. 54A, Department of Fire. 54B, 100 Personal Services, 4 million. 54C, Department total, 4 million. Number 9, in section 2 on page 19 on line 55, delete the figure 6,700,000 and insert in lieu thereof 10,700,000. Number 10, in section 2 on page 23, delete lines 164 through 168 in their entirety. Number 11, in section 2 on page 24 on line 179, delete the figure 1,044 and insert in lieu thereof 1,061. Number 12, in section 2 on page 24 on line 80, delete the figure 1,044 and insert in lieu thereof 1,061. Number 13, in section 2 on page 24 on line 181, delete the figure 1,044 and insert in lieu thereof 1,061. Number 14, in section 2 on page 24 on line 184, delete the figure 6,540 and insert in lieu thereof 6,632. Number 15, in section 2 on page 24, line 185, delete the figure 6,540 and insert in lieu thereof 6,632. Number 16, in section 2, page 24, line 186, delete the figure 6,540 and insert in lieu thereof 6,632. Number 17, in section 2 on page 25, on line 215, delete the figure 86,708 and insert in lieu thereof 87,683. Number 18, in section 2 on page 25 on line 216, delete the figure 86,708 and insert in lieu thereof 87,683. Number 19, in section 2, page 25, line 217, delete the figure 86,708 and insert in lieu thereof 87,683. Number 20, in section 2, page 25, line 221, delete the figure 200,000 and insert in lieu thereof 200,519. Number 21, in section 2, page 25, line 222, delete the figure 200,000 and insert in lieu thereof 200,519. Number 22, in section 2, page 25, line 223, delete the figure 200,000 and insert in lieu thereof 200,519. Number 23, in section 2, page 26, after line 228, but before line 229, insert the following. 228A, Pligo Community Service Commission Trust Operating Budget Fund 5309. 228B, New Orleans Recreational Development Commission. 228C, 200 Other Operating 1023. 228D, Department Total 1023. 228E, Total Fund 5309, 1023. Number 24, in section 2, page 26, line 229, delete the figure 77,712,911 and insert in lieu thereof 81,269,878. The explanation being Amendments 1, 2, and 3 decreases the Downtown Development District's 2021 budget by $1,999,211 to bring it in line with the 2021 budget figures adopted by the DDD Board of Commissioners. Amendments 4 and 5 de-appropriates Fund 1140 BP Settlement Fund funding. Amendment 6 and 7 adds funding to Fund 5109 French Quarter Improvement Fund to provide various services to residents of the French Quarter. Amendments 9 and 10 appropriates $4 million for the New Orleans Fire Department Fund 1150 on behalf payments fund for fire state supplemental pay. Amendment 10 de-appropriates Fund 1101 Payroll Clearing Fund funding. Amendments 11, 12, and 13 increases the library's budget in Fund 5302, Miss Otto Joachim Trust Fund by $17 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting the fund. Amendments 14, 15, and 16 increases the Health Department's budget in Fund 5312, Ed Benjamin Trust Fund, by $92 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting the fund. Amendments 17, 18, and 19 increases the library's budget in Fund 5415, Simon Hersham Trust Proceeds Fund, by $975 to reflect the actual balance of the fund towards exhausting the fund. Amendments 20, 21, and 22 increases Public Works budget in Fund 5107, Environmental Disaster Mitigation Fund, by $519 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting the fund. Amendment 23 establishes a budget for Nord C in Fund 5309, Pligo Community Service Commission Trust Fund, Fund Code 5309, towards completing playground repairs and towards exhausting the fund. Amendment 24, adjust the total for special revenues and trust funds. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive Amendment EBSF1.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
5 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
We have Amendment Council EBGF1 by Councilmember Williams to calendar number 33162. 1. In section 1 on page 7 on line 148, delete number 1,626,442 and insert in lieu thereof 3,426,442. Number 2, in section 1 on page 7, line 149, delete the number 1,626,442 and insert in lieu thereof 3,426,442. Number 3, in section 1 on page 8, line 174, delete the number 42,049,567 and insert in lieu thereof 43,849,567. Number 4, in section 1 on page 9, line 194, delete the number 5,742,423 and insert in lieu thereof 5,442,423. Number 5, in section 1 on page 9, line 195, delete the number 5,742,423 and insert in lieu thereof 5,442,423. Number 6, in section 1 on page 10, line 218, delete the number 51,049,864 and insert in lieu thereof 50,049,864. Number 7, in section 1 on page 10, line 219, delete the number 51,049,864 and insert in lieu thereof 50,049,864. Number 8, in section 1 on page 10, line 221, delete the number 4,697,253 and insert in lieu thereof 4,197,253. Number 9, in section 1 on page 10, line 223, delete the number 4,850,605 and insert in lieu thereof 4,350,605. Number 10, in section 1 on page 10, line 230, delete the number 78,715,986 and insert in lieu thereof 76,915,986. The explanation. Items 1 and 2 increases the other operating category in municipal participation grant 5 for the public defenders by 1.8 million. Note, the allocation of approximately 65% with the district attorney's budget reflected herein shall not rescind or amend the intent of ordinance calendar number 3393, but rather is reflective of emergency cost-cutting measures necessitated by the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and resulting fiscal crisis. Number 3, increases the miscellaneous program total by 1.8 million. Items 4 and 5 decreases the other operating category in the district attorney by 300,000. Items 6 and 7 decreases the other operating category in the criminal sheriff by 1 million. And items 8 and 9 decreases the personal services category in the clerk of criminal district court by 500,000. Item 10 decreases the judicial and parochial total by 1.8 million. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment EBGF1.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk? Did you
Who's
say something?
second?
I didn't
No.
hear this.
Teresa was telling you we need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
Gotcha.
I would
I'll-
move to suspend the rules.
Okay, Councilmember Williams. A second, please.
Second.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and this amendment will be received.
Okay, we have Council EBGF2, amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,162 by council members Nguyen and Moreno Number 1, in section 1 on page 1 on line 10, delete the number 10,658,448 and insert in lieu thereof 10,908,884. 2, in section 1, page 1, line 11, delete 20,223,267 and insert in lieu thereof 20,473,267. 3, in section 1, page 10, line 231, delete the number 633,550,814 and insert in lieu thereof 633,800,814. Number 4, in section 1 on page 10, line 237, delete 634,315,814 and insert in lieu thereof 634,565,814. 5, in section 2, page 20, line 73, delete 3,577,000 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. 6, in section 2, on page 20, line 74, delete 3,577,000 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. Number 7, in section 2 on page 20, line 75, delete 3,577,000 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. Number 8, in section 2 on page 28, line 229, delete the number 81,269,878 and insert in lieu thereof 81,019,878. The explanations are items 1 and 2, increase other operating category in the office of the mayor for the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness by $250,000. Note, the allocation is to fund additional crime and illegal dumping cameras in New Orleans East. Item 3 increases the general fund direct operating budget total by $250,000. Item 4 increases the general fund discretionary funds budget total by $250,000. Items 5, 6, and 7 decrease the Entergy Penalty Settlement Operating Budget Fund by $250,000. Item 8 decreases the total special revenues and trust funds by $250,000. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive Council EBGF2 amendment.
So moved. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno.
Aye. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, I got you. Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. This amendment has been received.
Council members, we have amendment Council EB Special Funds 2, amendment to calendar number 33162 by Council members Nguyen and Moreno. 1, in section 2 on page 20, line 73, delete the number 3,577,000 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. Number 2, in section 2 on page 20, line 74, delete the number 3,577,000 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. Number 3, in section 2, page 20, line 75, delete the number 3,577,000 and insert in lieu thereof 3,327,000. Number 4, in section 2, on page 26, line 229, delete the number 81,269,878 and insert in lieu thereof 81,019,878. The explanation being items 1, 2, and 3 decreases the other operating category in Entergy Penalty Operating Budget by $250,000. Item 4 decreases the total special revenue and trust funds by $250,000. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive Council EB Special Fund 2 amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. The amendment has been received.
Our last amendment for calendar number 33162 is amended EB final by Councilmember Brossett by request. 1, in section 2 on page 26 on line 230, delete the figure 1,127,875,999 and insert in lieu thereof the figure $1,144,264,306. Amendment 1 adjusts the grand total consolidated funds total. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive Amendment EB final.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
yay,
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay, and Palmer's a yay too.
Oh,
Councilmember,
now you're voting for me, Councilmember Banks?
Tell the people that we're on the phone while we're doing this. So yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added.
Back to page 23 of the agenda, 14F, calendar number 33,163 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 21103 of the city code, increasing fees for notarial services and related matters and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Page 24, 14G, calendar number 33,164 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance, this has been withdrawn. 14H, motion lying over number M2362 by Councilmember Brossett by request. Recommended projects to be funded for the remaining 4 years of the 5-year capital program 2022 through 2025. 14I, motion lying over number M2363 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Aviation Board for the year 2021. Page 25, 14J, motion lying over number M2364 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the Delgado Albania Plantation Commission for the year 2021. 14K, motion lying over number M2365 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the French Market Corporation for the year 2021. 14L, motion lying over number M2366 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget for the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation for the year 2021. 14M, substitute motion number M2366 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget for the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation for the year 2021. Page 26, 14N, motion lying over number M2367 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating
That's
budget of
been
the
withdrawn,
Orleans.
Teresa.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
That's okay.
Apologies. 14O, motion lying over number M2368 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Building Corporation for the year 2021. 14P, motion number M2402 by Councilmember Brossett, a motion authorizing the clerk of council staff to make any necessary technical, topographical, mathematical, and/or structural adjustments to any legislative instrument related to the adoption of the 2021 budget. Page 27, number 15, calendar number 32,930 by Councilmember Williams has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Number 16, calendar number 32,932 by Councilmember Williams by request has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 28, number 17, calendar number 32,982 has been postponed indefinitely. Number 18, calendar number 33,008 by Councilmembers Brossett and Gissison Palmer by request has been deferred to the meeting of requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 29, number 19, calendar number 33,009 by Councilmembers Brossett and Gissison Palmer by request. This matter has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 30, number 20, legislative grouping 20A, calendar number 33,018 by Councilmember Williams, and amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,018 by Councilmember Williams have been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 31, number 21, legislative grouping 21A, calendar number 33,020, and 21B, substitute amendment to ordinance number 33,020 by Councilmember Williams has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 32, number 22, calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Number 23, legislative grouping 23A, calendar number 33,081 by Councilmember Palmer by request. An ordinance to approve the economic development plan of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund as required by Louisiana Revised Statute 33,090-20 et sec. and ordinance number 14118 MCS as amended and reordained by ordinance number 28341 MCS and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and 23B, amendment to calendar number 33081 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, an amendment to replace Exhibit A attached to the ordinance with the revised economic development plan adopted November 16th, 2020 by the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund. Please note that the 2 o'clock time has been scheduled for this item. Page 33, number 24, legislative grouping. 24A, calendar number 33,128 by Councilmembers Banks and Williams. An ordinance to adopt Article 12 of Chapter 26 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to inclusionary zoning to establish application requirements, compliance measures, enforcement procedures, and penalties, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. 24B, amendment to calendar number 33,128 by Councilmembers Banks and Williams. An amendment to exempt certain developments from permitting fees with proof of income certification monitoring, amend the effective date, and require within 3 years of passage and every 5 years thereafter a public hearing by the City Planning Commission with the Office of Community Development and Finance Authority of New Orleans to consider whether a feasibility analysis is needed to inform changes to inclusionary zoning policy, with CPC ultimately recommending if a study should be conducted. Time of 1 o'clock has been requested for this item. Page 34, number 25, calendar number 33,146 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance to grant a non-exclusive wireless franchise to Branch Communications, LLC, an Oklahoma limited liability company to construct, maintain, operate, and authorize new wireless facilities on or under the public right-of-way within the corporate limits of the City of New Orleans, with locations subject to the approval of the grantor to provide for annual payments and the furnishing of a surety bond and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 26, calendar number 33,147 by Councilmember Williams has been requested to be deferred at the meeting of 12/3. Page 35, number 27, calendar number 33,149 by Councilmember Brossett by request has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Number 28, calendar number 33,155 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Page 36, number 29, calendar number 33,156 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 12/3. Number 30, motion lying over number M2326 by Councilmember Giarrusso. Deferral has been requested for this item to the meeting of 12/3. Page 37, number 31, motion number M2389 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. A motion appointing Ralph Mahana, Vice Alfred Bruce, original term ending July 15th, 2020, as a member of the Ernest N. Morial Exhibition Hall Authority as nominated by New Orleans and Company, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending July 15th, 2024. Number 32, motion number M2390 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. A motion appointing Adele Love, Vice Renee Lapperline, representing the Treme Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, effective upon approval by the City Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending June 30th, 2023. Page 38, number 33, motion number M2391 by Councilmember Wynn by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Tanisha Stevens, Vice Sarah Shermer, initial term ending November 16th, 2020, as a member of the Metropolitan Human Services District representing the judiciary with an emphasis on specialty court, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending November 16th, 2023. Number 34, motion number M2392 by Councilmember Wynn by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Brian Turner, fulfilling a vacancy as a member of the Metropolitan Human Services District, serving as an advocate in the field of mental health, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending November 15th, 2023. Page 39, number 35, motion number M2393 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion reappointing the mayor's appointment of Geraldine Broussard Baloney, initial term ending July 16, 2020, as a member of the Ernest N. Morial New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending July 16, 2024. Number 36, motion number M2394 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Ruth Stephanie Bruno, Vice Rosalind Pacho, initial term ending June 30th, 2018, representing the Uptown Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commissions, effective upon approval by the Council for a term ending June 30th, 2022. Page 40, Number 37, motion number M2395 by Councilmember Kristin Palmer by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Donna Wakeman, Vice Maria Montero, fulfilling an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2022, representing the Marigny Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commissions, effective upon approval by the council for a term ending June 30th, 2022. Number 38, motion number M2396 by Councilmember Jerusa by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Lee Bressler, Vice H.V. Naderna, initial term ending June 30th, 2020, representing the Carrollton Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, effective upon approval of the council for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Page 41, number 39, motion number M2399 by Councilmember Moreno. A motion directing the Council of Utilities Regulatory Office, CURO, to issue and advertise a request for qualifications and proposals for an accounting consultant in accordance with Council Rule 42. Number 40, motion number M2400 by Councilmember Kristin Palmer. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish the Algiers Riverfront Overlay District to ensure that certain uses and designs are compatible with and preserve the character and integrity of Algiers, applying to all lots except those zoned neighborhood open space, OSN, within the following boundaries: the Mississippi River at the Crescent City connection to Brooklyn Avenue, continuing along Brooklyn Avenue, including Brooklyn Avenue becoming Powder Street, continuing along Powder Street to Pelican Avenue, continuing along Pelican Avenue to Bounty Street, continuing along Bounty Street to Delaron Street, continuing along Delaron Street to Seguin Street, continuing along Seguin Street to Morgan Street, continuing along Morgan Street until it becomes Patterson Road, continuing along Patterson Road to Hendy Street, and from Hendy Street to the north to the Mississippi River. We have received an amendment to this motion by Councilmember Kristin Palmer. Amendment to motion M2400. 1. On page 3, on unnumbered lines 4 and 5, remove the phrase, quote, stories and the density as provided the correlating base zoning district and, end quote, and insert in lieu thereof, stories and. 2. On page 3, following unnumbered line 7, ending with HUMU district, and before unnumbered line 8, beginning with be it further moved, insert the following new paragraph. Be it further moved that the City Planning Commission staff is directed and granted the flexibility to consider, in addition to or in lieu of creating a new overlay district, the following. 1. The option of downzoning the base zoning within the entirety of the proposed overlay or any part thereof in order to achieve limited use and design restrictions. Any downzoning proposal is subject to a maximum base height of 40 feet and 3 stories. 2, the option of amending the existing riverfront overlay RIV2 Algiers subdistrict standards, section 18.30.g of the Comprehensive Zoning Code, to eliminate or modify the height limit increase so that only a maximum of 5 feet beyond the height limit of the underlying zoning district is permitted. If no such height bonus is necessary, the intent of this motion is to remove the option of any height bonus under the RIV2. Number 3, in conjunction with 2 above, the option of amending the existing riverfront overlay RIV2 Algiers subdistrict standards, section 18.3.g of the CZO, to add a possible parking bonus as a replacement for the current height limit increase or supplement to a reduced height limit increase. The intent of this possible revision is to establish an affordable housing incentive that is more compatible with the neighborhood than the current height bonuses. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive amendment to motion M2400.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Wait, hold on, I gotta vote. Hold on.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been received.
Page 42, number 41, motion number M2401 by Councilmember Banks. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance, to consider amendments to Article 5, Plan Development Standards, and/or the creation of a zoning overlay district known as the Browns Dairy Affordable Housing Homeownership District, bounded by Arado Street, Barone Street, Carondelet Street, and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, for the purpose of providing additional flexibility in the redevelopment of certain sites, which will allow for the creation of affordable affordable housing homeownership opportunities.
Nice.
Number 42, motion number M2403 by Councilmember Williams. A motion amending the regular council meeting schedule for the year 2020 to change the regular council meeting from Tuesday, December 1st to Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. This motion will need to be heard prior to the consent agenda, updating it from Land Use Matters. We also have a request to receive resolution R2404 under suspension. I will read it into the record. Resolution R2404 by Councilmembers Moreno, Jeruso, and Gissison Palmer by request. Whereas the Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans requires the mayor to formulate the annual operating budget for the City of New Orleans and the council to approve or amend and approve the mayor's proposed budget. And whereas appropriations for the operation of the New Orleans city government must be approved by the council. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that pending voter approval of the Economic Development Fund millage on December 5th, 2020, the administration will allocate up to 10% of the millage receipts to the Department of Safety and Permits and the City Planning Commission. These funds will be appropriated to personal services and be used to fund positions involving land use, processes, and regulations such as plan review, building inspections, and processing permits. These positions are intended to support economic development activities in the city. Be it further resolved that pending the city's realization of general fund revenues that are in excess of the budgets forecasted for quarter 4 for fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021, the administration intends to eliminate any remaining furlough days where possible. Consideration will occur after quarter 1 fiscal year 2021 and only after increased general fund revenues have occurred for at least 3 consecutive months or 1 quarter. The city will not be or have been on the verge of a structural budget deficit when consideration occurs. The administration will first prioritize eliminating furloughs for public safety departments. Additionally, if funds are available, the administration will prioritize personnel over other operating expenses and work to compensate all employees to the extent possible for pay loss due to furloughs in fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021. Fiscal year 2020 will be considered first, and then fiscal year 2021 as general fund revenues are analyzed. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this resolution.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I believe that was Councilmember Jeruso.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember
Yay.
Brossett, Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and this amendment has been added. This resolution, I'm sorry.
And the last item on the agenda is number 43, ordinances on first reading, and that completes the reading of the regular agenda for 11/19 council meeting.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Beecher. Good job, and go get a glass of water. Just real quick so everyone understands some of the items that'll be taken out of order when we do return after we take a quick recess to get more public comment. I've talked to Councilmember Brossett. He would like to take the budget ordinance after we come back from public comment. So that means that item 14 and all the related items to it will come after public comment. And also the most latest resolution that we adopted, or at least that we not adopted, but we added to the agenda, that'll come also right after item 14 because it is related to the budget. Also at 1 p.m., as Teresa had mentioned, we will take up item 24, which is the MIZ enforcement. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to take up for Councilmember Palmer, item 23A and 23B. So just so that the public is aware of what's coming when during this long agenda day. So with that, I'll introduce a motion to take us into recess for 30 minutes to get additional public comment. I remind everyone that you go to council.nola.gov if you would like to submit public comment for any of the agenda items. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
The aye, Madam Clerk.
Yay.
I apologize. Going in.
Okay, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The meeting is in recess.
Thank you.
Council members, I just wanted to give you a 2-minute warning on public comment. Council members, we're at the end of the public comment period. We are ready to go at your pleasure.
Council members, I'm not ready. Could y'all please give me a moment? I'm trying to get this ready so I can present it.
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
That's okay. That's okay. Councilmember, I'm ready to reestablish the quorum when you're ready.
Madam Clerk, thank you. I believe we're ready to move forward.
Roll call. Councilmember Wynn,
Here.
Councilmember Brossett,
Here.
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Present.
Councilmember Banks,
Present.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 7 members. We have a quorum. We're now going to start on page 23. We have ordinance calendar number 33,161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 in accordance with sections 3-116, 4-2061F, and 6-102 of the city charter and otherwise. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, council members. We need to be on page 22. We have ordinance calendar, a legislative grouping, 2021 budget matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,158 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance relative to the levy of ad valorem taxes upon the assessed value of all property, real, personal, and mixed, subject to taxation in the city of New Orleans, and to levy of ad valorem taxes on property located in special development and security districts in the city of New Orleans for the year 2021, to levy millage rates for the year 2021, and to reallocate the tax receipts for a state millage, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Brossett. And an amendment to correct a drafting error and to increase the DDD Downtown Development District's 2021 millage from 14.76 mils to 17.12 mils based on the express will of the DDD Board of Commissioners. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moreno?
We have a move by Councilmember Moreno, seconded by Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is added to the agenda. Now we
Madam-
need to, Pardon me?
Madam, point of order, Mr. President and Madam Clerk. When Teresa called these for introduction during the reading of the agenda,
Mhm.
we have to read these twice to add them to the agenda?
The first vote that we did was to receive this. This vote that we're doing now is to add it to the agenda.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome, sir. Now you can vote on it when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, colleagues. This is the amendment that increases the DDD's millage. It's a correction regarding the mills numerically based on the Board of Commissioners vote that they took. We have the CAO that's on the line. I would move adoption. To ordinance 33,158.
We're voting on the amendment first, council member.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We need a second,
I seconded it. Moreno?
council
Second.
member Moreno.
Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Mr.
Councilmember-
Montano, do you have
Oh.
anything to add to this amendment?
Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Sir.
Okay, great. This is really a timing amendment relative to when the DDD adopted their budget. So we're taking the corresponding amendment as well, the budget in line with their 2021 budget.
Brossett moved on the amendment. Yeah, and he's voting on the amendment. Okay, so I will take this off. So it's Brossett and who? Rhino?
Thank you.
7-0 or 6-1?
It's been moved on the amendment and seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is
I'm sorry,
adopted.
Councilman Palmer's a yay.
Okay, 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now we need to vote
Thank
on
you.
the ordinance as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now on the ordinance as amended, I would move adoption. This sets the millage rates for the millages that the city controls, public safety, infrastructure. Mr. Montano, do you have anything to add?
No, like I said, Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, this is really to try to align the timing of when the Board of Commissioners of the DDD adopted their budget and ensure that we have a corresponding expenditure amendment related to the such.
Thank you. It's been moved for adoption. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance calendar number 33,158 has been adopted as amended. So council members, I just want to let y'all know that for each one of the ordinances that have an amendment, I have to read it into the record first, and then we're voting to add it to the record. That's the vote that we're taking. So we're suspending the rules for that on each one. And then we'll vote on each amendment, and then we'll vote on the ordinance as amended. 33,000. You're welcome. We have ordinance calendar number 33,159 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance relative to the levy of fees on property located in special security and improvement taxing districts in the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Brossett by request. An amendment to 1, correct language pertaining to the levying of fees approved by voters. Number 2, correct a spacing error. Number 3, correct language pertaining to the levying of fees approved by voters. And number 4, insert most recent ballot approval by voters and correct a drafting error. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Suspend the rules to add to the agenda.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added to the agenda. Now you can vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move adoption of the amendment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now on the ordinance, special security districts for 2021, I would move adoption as, on the ordinance as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,159 has been adopted as amended. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 33,160 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2021 in accordance with the provisions of Section 3-117 and 4-2061F of the city charter and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you,
Councilmember-
Madam.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an ordinance to provide for the capital budget for the year 2021. Mr. Montano?
Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, I think you highlighted the specificity. This is our capital, our 2021 capital budget plan. As you know, we did sell bonds relative to that, and I believe each council office has been briefed, and I know the agencies have presented the plan and the movement forward, so we appreciate the support and moving forward with our capital budget.
Thank you. I would move adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,160 has been adopted. Now, on top of page 23, we have ordinance calendar number 33,161 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 in accordance with sections 3-116, 4-2061F, and 6-102 of the city charter, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And council members, we have 7 amendments to this ordinance. We have revenue budget 4110 HUD. It's an amendment by Councilmember Brossett by request. And I will be reading the explanations only on each of these amendments. This amendment increases Housing and Urban Development Fund 4110 by $5,630,097 for the Office of Community Development. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Montano?
Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, this simply adds a 2020 Hurricane Isaac drainage point repairs to the 2021 budget. And of course, we'll have a corresponding expenditure amendment. So it's just 2020 Hurricane Isaac drainage point repairs.
Thank you. I will move adoption of the amendment.
Madam Clerk, these are just to add to the agenda. I do have public comment, but I was going to wait until they're actually voting on the amendments.
Okay. So you want to wait till after I finish reading each one?
Yes, ma'am. I figured this was just to add the 7 to the
Yes,
agenda. So, and
that's-
then
that's-
public comment and then vote. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, that's fine. We need a second, please.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added to the agenda.
Now, Madam Clerk, we move forward with the adoption, right, of the amendment?
I'm waiting to see, Teresa, you want to let them vote on the amendment and then read the public comment?
My understanding is that we are voting to add these to the agenda. So we have to have 7 votes to add them to the agenda. And then
No.
they'll,
The question is, after we vote, which we've just voted to add it, are you going to do the comment before or after the amendment has been adopted?
so the public comment is just generally to item 14D. So I would prefer to read the public comment after adding all the amendments into the record, because I'm not sure if it's to a specific amendment or not.
Okay.
We
all right.
should nevertheless read any public comment on related to 14 prior to taking up the substantive vote on any amendment.
Okay. So we can vote on the amendment, but as far as adopting the ordinance as amended, we need to read the comment first.
No, we should read the comment prior to the
Each
amendment, just
amendment?
because, well, my suggestion would be just let's take up the comments in globo on this item, because they don't exactly delineate out. The amendment is a separate vote, and it's hard to tell from the public comments whether the comment relates to the entire ordinance, to the amendment. So it's probably just out of an abundance of caution, before we take a substantive vote, let's get them all out, all the public comment out there.
So we're
Okay.
just voting to add to the agenda right now. Then we'll
Yes.
do public comment, then substantive votes.
So, okay. Just so there's no confusion, I just took a vote on suspending the rules to add this amendment to the agenda. The next vote that needs to happen is the vote on the amendment only.
Correct.
So the question is, are we going to read each amendment into the record and vote on each amendment, and then then read the public comment before we vote on the ordinance as amended?
If you would like to proceed, if you would like the next vote to be whether to adopt the amendment, my recommendation would be to read all the public comment for this agenda item now.
Okay, then Teresa, read your comments.
We have a comment from Justin Schmidt. Good morning, council members. As you are all acutely aware of what I have to say, I will be brief. Given the state of our city's finances, it is a huge disappointment that the council did not take the opportunity to question Mayor Cantrell and/or representatives of her administration about the mayor's recent actions on March 3rd, 2020, regarding purported amendments to the 1914 Edward Wisner Donation Trust. Further, it is even more disappointing that given Councilmember Brossett's office reached out to me on Friday, November 6th, and specifically asked me to provide his office with specific questions regarding the Wisner Donation Trust and the Wisner Trust Advisory Committee's recent actions, which I did on Monday, November 9th, by hand delivery, delivered to every council office. While I acknowledge this is an uncomfortable discussion, it is nevertheless one that is required and that must be answered for the public. In addition to the information I have provided on several occasions, on November 3rd, 2020, the Lens NOLA published a comprehensive article explaining the current issues regarding the Wisner Donation Trust. How long does the council plan to continue to ignore this elephant in the room? Regards, and stay well and stay safe. That is the comment for 14D.
Okay, so now we can vote on the amendment.
It was moved by myself and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now we need to vote on the, oh no, we got to go to the next amendment. I'm sorry, this is so confusing. We have RB 4411 LLE. We have an amendment by Councilmember Brossett by request. This amendment increases the LLE Grants Fund 4411 by $5,000 for the Office of the Mayor Grant Operations. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
Move to suspend.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wynn.
We have Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on the amendment.
I would move for adoption. It increases the mayor's office of the mayor's grant funds by 5,000. Mr. Montano, you have anything to add?
Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, this is just adding state grant funding for the coronavirus response, and we will have a corresponding expenditure amendment as well.
Thank you.
We need a second.
Proceed a second.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Brossett, seconded by Councilmember Wynn. We have Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now we'll go to RB, federal grants. This is an amendment by Councilmember Brossett by request. Number 1 is a technical amendment to insert the number 4136, the fund number for Federal Department of Homeland Security, FHS. Number 2 increases federal grants in the category of other federal grants by $7,196,243. Number 3 increases total federal grants by $7,196,243. We now need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on the amendment.
I would move adoption. This increases the, increases the federal grants at $7,196,243. Mr. Montano, you have anything to add from the Department of Homeland Security?
Sure. Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, number 1 is simply a technical amendment. Number 2 does increase the federal grants. This is increasing the various federal grants such as the SAFER and the AFG grant and others. And of course, we'll have a corresponding expenditure amendment. And then number 3 is readjusting that total, which would be a technical amendment. So this is consolidating and adding additional grants received over the course of the year.
Thank you. I move approval. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is adopted. We have RB Special Fund Amendment by Councilmember Brossett by request. Amendment number 1 decreases Downtown Development District Fund 6692 by 1,999,211. Amendment number 2 decreases Payroll Clearing Fund 1101 in its entirety. Amendment number 3 decreases British Petroleum Settlement Fund 1140, 2,500 in its entirety from the New Orleans Public Library. Amendment number 4 increases on behalf payment funds 1150 by 4 million for the New Orleans Fire Department. Amendment number 5 increases Environmental Disaster Mitigation Fund 5107 by $519 for Public Works. Amendment number 6 increases French Quarter Improvement Fund 5109 for various city agencies, departments. Amendment number 7 increases Mrs. Otto Joachim Trust Fund 5302 by $17 for the New Orleans Public Library. Amendment number 8 adds Pliego Community Service Commission Trust Fund 5309 with $1,023 for New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, NORDAC. Amendment number 9 increases Ed Benjamin Trust Fund 5312 by $92 for the Health Department. Amendment number 10 increases Simon Hersham Trust Funds Fund 5415 by $975 for the New Orleans Public Library. Amendment number 11 increases the total for special revenues and trust funds by $3,556,967. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Montano, you're on mute.
And I was getting better at taking myself off mute. Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, my apologies. I'll quickly run down each one of these amendments and give you the snapshot of what the request is. The first, as we discussed, is related to the timing of when the Board of Commissioners adopted the DDD's fund, and we're adjusting the figures, and we'll have a corresponding expenditure amendment relative to the timing of that. Amendment 2, this is also a technical amendment to clean up an off-budget fund, and we'll have a corresponding expenditure amendment relative to this technical cleanup. Amendment 3, this is also a technical amendment to clean up funds that were erroneously appropriated. There was a misunderstanding between this fund and an account that held a donation, and it was determined that this fund did not need to be appropriated. So we'll have a corresponding expenditure amendment as well. Amendment 4, this is a technical amendment to appropriate Fire State, excuse me, Fire State supplemental pay. This was mentioned as part of the fire department's presentation, and there was a data error input at the certain budgetary level. So we have to adjust this technically and provide a corresponding expenditure amendment. Amendment 5, this is to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting this fund in total. So we will also have a corresponding expenditure amendment. Amendment 6, this is to provide the services appropriate and provide the services for the French Quarter funds. This is a technical correction. This is about $1.5 million to correct the appropriation. and in this particular fund. Amendment 7, this is to reflect the actual balance of the fund and exhaust this particular fund. So we will have an corresponding expenditure amendment. Likewise, the Amendment 8 is to reflect the actual balance of this fund and exhaust this particular fund. So we will also have an expenditure amendment. These relate to some of the city trusts that were recently voted on. Amendment 9, this is to reflect the actual balance and exhaust the fund, and we'll have a corresponding expenditure amendment as well. 10, likewise, this will reflect the actual balance and exhaust the fund, and we'll have a correlating expenditure amendment. And of course, Amendment 11 is a technical amendment just to adjust all the totals related to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montano. I would move adoption and ask for a second.
Second.
It was
Been
moved by
seconded by
Councilmember
Councilmember Nguyen.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and this amendment has been adopted. We have Amendment Council Revenue Budget Special Funds 2 by Council Members Nguyen and Moreno. In Section 8, items number 1 and items number 2 decreases the Entergy Penalty Settlement Fund, total special revenues and trust funds by $250,000. That is the amendment.
I would move to suspend the rules to add the amendment to the agenda.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. So we need to vote on the amendment.
Would move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. We have Council RBGF 2 by Council Members Nguyen and Moreno. Number 1 and number
Ms. Johnson.
2. Yes, sir.
Hey, Madam Clerk, now we have to vote on the ordinance as amended,
No,
correct?
sir,
Not
not
yet?
yet. We still have 2 more amendments.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we have,
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
that's okay. We have Council RBGF 2 by Council Members Nguyen and Moreno. Numbers 1 and number 2 increased other finances sources transferred from other funds by $250,000 with funds from the council, Entergy's Penalty Settlement Fund. Number 3 increases the total general fund by $250,000. Items number 4 increases the total discretionary revenues and other finances sources by $250,000. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
Move to suspend the rules to add to the agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on it.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Oh.
On your
Thank you.
amendment,
Yeah. I'd like to move on the amendment, please. Can I get a second?
Second. Moreno?
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Madam Clerk,
Councilmember Wynn,
yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. RB final. By Councilmember Brossett by request. This amendment increases consolidated total all governmental funds by $16,388,307. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second,
Second by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on it.
This is the final amendment, the consolidation of all government funds, and I will move adoption.
Second,
Councilmember Wynn,
yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now we need to adopt the ordinance as amended.
I would move adoption.
Second,
Second by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number
I'm sorry, I
33,161.
was a yay. Did you get that, Miss Laura?
No, I didn't.
Sorry.
6 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,161 has been adopted as amended. Now we'll go to ordinance calendar number 33,162 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 in accordance with section 3-115, 4-2061F, and 6-1023 of the city charter, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there are 7 amendments to this ordinance. Amendment EBGF 1 by Councilmember Brossett by request. Amendments number 1 and 2 adds personal services to the city council budget. Amendments 3, 4, and 5 adds personal services and other operating fund to the department known as the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, JJIC. Amendment number 6 adds the general fund subtotal. Amendments number 7 and 8 reduces other operating fund from the sheriff office. Amendment 9 reduces the judicial and parochial total. That is the amendment. We need to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Teresa, do we have any comments on this ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. We have one public comment on 14E.
Okay,
It's from Aaron Mishler. I am submitting this comment imploring this council to postpone the adoption of the city's 2021 budget. In light of the incidents over the past week resulting in the deaths of 2 citizens, I'm asking that you revisit the operating budget of the New Orleans Fire Department. I do not deny the extreme shortfalls to revenue our city is facing and realize cuts need to be made. That being said, public safety is far too important to be subjected to such drastic cuts. The daily physical and mental toll put on firefighters during normal times is an incredible one. Exacerbating that burden by not giving them every opportunity to succeed is problematic and, as we've seen in the past few days, fatally dangerous. It's only a matter of time before another unthinkable tragedy happens that could have been avoided. I'm begging you all to reach out to Superintendent Nelson and ask him exactly what he needs to keep these stations open and properly staffed. And then I need all of you to make that happen. Thank you. That is the final comment on item 14.
We need to vote on this amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. We have EB Federal Grant 1. Amendments number 1, 2, 3 adds 2020 Hurricane Isaac drainage point repairs to the 2021 budget on behalf of the Office of Community Development. Amendments 4, 5, 6 adds $5,000 in state grant funding for coronavirus response. Amendments 7 and 8 adds 2018 Orleans Parish Flood Mitigation Assistance 9 Residential Elevation Project Grant to the 2021 budget on behalf of NOSEP. Amendments 9, 10, and 11 add Safer and Assistance to Firefighters AFG grants to the 2021 budget on behalf of the Fire Department. Amendment number 12 adjusts the Fund 4115 Federal Department of Emergency Total. Amendment number 13 adds the fiscal year 20 Urban Area Security Initiative Grant and the New Orleans metropolitan area, securing the city's grant to the 2021 budget on behalf of NOSEP. Amendment number 14 adjusts the total for federal funds. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. These are amendments we just went through in the revenue budget. These are expenditures duplicate of the previous budget ordinance, and I would move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
I'm a yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added to the agenda. Now we need to vote on it.
Would move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. We have EBSF1 by Councilmember Brossett by request. Amendments 1, 2, and 3 decreases the Downtown Development District's 2021 budget by $1,999,211 to bring it in line with the 2021 budget figures adopted by the Downtown Development Board of Commissioners. Amendment number 4 and number 5, D appropriates Fund 1140, the BP Settlement Fund funding. Amendment 6 and 7 adds funding to Fund 5109, French Quarter Improvement Fund, to provide various services to the residents of the French Quarter. Amendments 8 and 9 appropriates $4 million to the New Orleans Fire Department in Fund 1150 on behalf payments, Fund for Fire State Supplemental Pay. Amendment number 10, D appropriates Fund 1101, Payroll Clearing Fund funding. Amendments 11, 12, and 13 increases the library budget in Fund 5302, Mrs. Otto Joachim Trust Fund by $17 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting fund. Amendments 14 and 15 and 16 increases the Health Department's budget in Fund 5312 by Ed Benjamin Trust Fund by $92 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting the fund. Amendments 17, 18, and 19 increases the library's budget in Fund 5415 Simon Hernsham Trust proceeds by $975 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting the fund. Amendments 20, 21, and 22 increases Public Works budget in Fund 5107 Environmental Disaster Mitigation Fund by $519 to reflect the actual balance of the fund and towards exhausting the fund. Amendment 23 establishes a budget for NORDAC in Fund 5309, Pligo Community Service Commission Trust Fund, Fund Code 5309 towards completing playground repairs and towards exhausting the fund. Amendment 24 adjusts the total for special revenues and trust fund. That is the amendment.
Would move adoption of the amendment. Is
This is to add it to
add to the agenda, excuse me.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now you need to vote on it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will move adoption of the amendment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn. Mr. Montano, you had anything to add? No.
Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, this is just the reflection side of the expenditure that you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye, and I love your backdrop. That is lovely.
Thank you. I got it from Aaron. Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. We have Council EBGF1 by Councilmember Williams. Items 1 and 2 increase the other operating category in municipal participation grant 5 for the public defender by $1,800,000. Note the allocation of approximately 65% parity with the district attorney's budget reflected herein shall not rescind or amend the intent of ordinance calendar number 33,093, but rather is reflective of emergency cost-cutting measures necessitated by the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and resulting fiscal crisis. Items number 3 increases the municipal programs total by $1,800,000. Items 4 and 5 decreases the other operated category in the district attorney by $300,000. Items 6 and 7 decreases the other operated category in the criminal sheriff by $1 million. Items 8 and 9 decreases the personal services category in the clerk of criminal district court by $500,000. Items 10 decreases the judicial and parochial total by $1,800,000. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
It
Moreno.
was- It's second by Councilmember Moreno. We have Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on it.
Councilmember Williams, on your amendment.
Aye.
We need
Oh.
a second.
Council, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is what I believe is, I think it's a pretty historic moment. Looking for my glasses, thank you. This council has been very committed to making sure that there's a fair fight at criminal district court, making sure that rights are protected. And the only way we can truly do that is to make sure that we have a fully funded public defender's office. Nearly every budget cycle that I've been on the council, we have had discussions about how to fund the public defender's office. And it was necessary and why it was important. But it wasn't until this council that we were able to pass an ordinance, ordinance number 33093, to bring the public defenders into parity with the district attorney's office. We knew there was going to be a lot of hard work ahead of us, even without there being COVID-19. This was a monumental lift. This is absolutely personal to me as someone who has seen the miscarriages of justice over and over again at Tulane and Broad. I've met men who've lost in excess of 2 decades of their lives for crimes they did not even commit. The public defenders are literally on the front lines of this fight for our population, which is often completely discounted, whose voices are almost entirely taken away. And year after year, we have sort of just kicked the can down the road. And in the middle of one of the biggest funding crises this city has ever seen, I am proud of the work that we've been able to do with CAO Montalvo to pull this off. This is not easy, but the looking the other way, kicking the can down the road, it stops today. New Orleans has consistently ranked at or near the top of the list as it relates to violent crime in the city, which means these public defenders have been working very, very hard, just as the DA's office has been working very, very hard. So CAO Montalvo, thank you for your efforts into figuring out and looking at every single way we could at honoring our commitment and keeping our promise. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Madam Clerk, this has been added to the agenda already.
Yes, sir. We're voting on it.
Now, Councilmember Williams, you want to proceed?
I think it was moved and seconded, correct?
It
Madam
was
Clerk?
just, it wasn't, nothing has been done.
I would so move.
It's been moved by Councilmember Williams. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
So Helena has a resolution with regard to the furloughs. And she wanted me to make sure that it comes after we're done with budget items. Okay, thank you.
no problem. Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gibson
Madam Clerk,
Palmer.
Madam
Yeah,
Clerk.
I'd like to vote yay. Sorry, I got kicked off.
Okay. Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Having trouble.
Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. We have Council EBGF2 by Council Members Nguyen and Moreno. Items number 1 and number 2 increase the other operating category in the Office of the Mayor for the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness by $250,000. Note, the allocation is to fund additional crime and illegal dumping cameras in New Orleans East.
Yep.
Number 3 increases the general fund direct operating budget by $250,000. Item 4 increases the general fund discretionary funds total budget total by $250,000. Items 5, 6, and 7 decrease the Entergy's penalty settlement operating budget fund by $250,000. Item number 8 decreases the total special revenue and trust funds by $250,000. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
I'd like to move to add this
Second.
amendment. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to
Matt.
vote.
Ma'am,
Thank,
Matt, okay, sorry, go ahead.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, so basically with this amendment, we're moving $250,000 from the Entergy penalty operating budget to the NOSEP Real-Time Crime Center to fund additional crime and illegal dumping cameras in New Orleans East in District E. I would like to thank Councilmember Moreno for co-sponsoring these amendments that will be beneficial to all constituents in New Orleans East as well as in District E. Council Vice President, do you want to add anything?
No, Cindy, I know that, we've certainly been getting so many requests for cameras, particularly when it comes to illegal dumping. I know that you've really been working with your constituents in the E, as you like to say, about this matter. You've been requesting this for a few years now, and I think it's time to deliver upon that request. And thank you for your hard work on this, and thank you for, of course, Colin Arnold, and CEO Montano for helping with this matter as well.
Great. Any other comments? If not, I'll go
Councilmember
ahead.
Nguyen, Councilmember Nguyen, I too want to I had to support this since districts E and D share the front portions of New Orleans East. We know all too well that these quality of life issues, they don't know political boundaries, and they have been common amongst the main thoroughfares that connect our districts. So look forward to having more cameras in our areas as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. If not, I'll go ahead and move on the amendment.
Second.
It's been second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
I'm here. Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted.
Madam Clerk and Mr. President, a quick point of order. I was booted out of the council meeting by the Zoom technology for some reason when we were voting on parity on Councilmember Williams' parity amendment. I would like to ask the council to reconsider the vote on the parity amendment so that I would be allowed to vote. Once again, it just totally blocked me out.
I believe
the-
the clerk.
Go ahead.
I believe the clerk got you.
Oh, you got me? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure that my vote was recorded on that because it's an important amendment there. Thank you.
No, you good.
Okay.
We have Council EB Special Fund 2 by Council Members Nguyen and Moreno. Items number 1, 2, and 3 decreases the other operating category in Entergy penalty operating budget by $250,000. Item number 4 decreases the total special revenues and trust funds by $250,000. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
I'll move to suspend the rule to add this to the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Brossett,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Druso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on it.
Move to vote on the amendment.
Second.
It's been moved in second.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Druso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been voted on. Now we are on EB final. Amendment by Councilmember Brossett by request. Amendment number 1, adjust the grand total consolidated funds total. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Councilmember Wynn, Councilmember Brossett,
Aye. Oh,
Councilmember Williams,
aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Druso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been added. Now we need to vote on it.
Move adoption of the amendment. The grand total of consolidated funds.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wynn.
Councilmember Wynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Druso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now we need to adopt the ordinance as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would move adoption of the expenditure ordinance for 2021 as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Mr. Montano, you have any thoughts, final thoughts on the expenditure ordinance as amended?
Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, I'd probably save my thoughts for the conclusion of the overall budget, if that's okay.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Druso.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, are you saying yay? I see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,162 has been adopted as amended. Okay. We have ordinance calendar number 33,163 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-1103 of the city code, increasing fees for notarial services and related matters and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This increases the notarial fees adjusted by CPI, Consumer Price Index of 3%, and I would move adoption.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen.
Council, Teresa, do we have any comments?
We have no
Thank-
comments on item 14.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 yeas, no nays, and ordinance calendar number 33,163 has been adopted. We're now
Thank-
on page, pardon
Thank
me?
you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We're now on top of, oh, we have to, oh, okay. We're on page 24. We have ordinance calendar number 33,164. This has been withdrawn. We have ordinance motion line over M2362 by Councilmember Brossett by request, recommending projects to be funded by the remaining 4 years of the 5-year capital program 2022 through 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is our capital program in order for the city to undergo capital projects in many of the departments that, of course, that we work with throughout the year. Everything from NOPD to parks and parkways to our parks and playgrounds. So I would move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Aye.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion M2362 has been adopted. Motion line over M2363 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Aviation Board for 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the operating budget for the New Orleans Aviation Board. I would move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion M2363 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 25. Motion line over M2364 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the Delgado Albania Plantation Commission for the year 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and motion M2364 has been adopted. We have motion line over M2365 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the French Quarter Corporation for the year 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Approving the budget of French Market, I would move approval.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, Motion M 2365 has been adopted. Motion line over M 2366 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation for the year 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will move adoption of Municipal Yacht Harbors Management Corporation's budget for 2021.
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2366 has been adopted. Yeah. Could y'all hold one moment, please?
Absolutely, Madam Clerk.
We got 366 on the agenda. All right, it's right underneath. They just didn't put withdrawn on the initial one.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't put withdrawn on the first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's
Council
the
members, I made a mistake. And on that 14L, we need to rescind that vote because this motion needs to be withdrawn because I didn't see that we had a substitute motion underneath it. So I need to rescind this vote, please.
I move to rescind.
Thank you. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been rescinded, the vote, and now we need to withdraw this motion.
Move to withdraw.
We have substitute motion M 2366 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation for the year 2021.
Move adoption of the substitute
Second.
motion.
It was seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The substitute motion for M 2366 has been adopted. On top of page 367, we have motion line over M 2367 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
Motion line over M 2368 by Councilmember Brossett by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Building Corporation for the year 2021.
Move adoption.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso.
We have Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2368 has been adopted. We have motion M 2402 by Councilmember Brossett, a motion authorizing the clerk of council staff to make any necessary technical, typographical, mathematical, and/or structural adjustments to any legislative instruments related to the adoption of the 2021 budget.
Move adoption.
Second.
Been seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. We have Resolution R-20-404 by Councilmember Moreno and Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, this is Moreno Jeruso and Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. Pending voter approval of the Economic Development Fund millage on December 5th, 2020, the administration will allocate up to 10% of the millage receipts to the Department of Safety and Permits and the City Planning Commission. These funds will be appropriated to personal services and be used to fund positions involving land use processes and regulations such as plan review, building inspections, and processing permits. These positions are intended to support economic development activities in the city. We need to suspend the rules to add this resolution to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended to add it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the members of the City Council and to the public, so this resolution, what it shows is our intentions should there be additional revenue that comes into the city. And we wanted to make it very clear what our priorities are. And those priorities, which had not been read into the record right now, but were earlier in the meeting, include that if revenues are realized throughout 2021, that our top priority is funding public safety. Also, our top priority is the employees at City Hall who currently are dealing with cuts to their paychecks because of furloughs that they're facing right now in 2020 and will also be facing in 2021. So funding public safety and also making our employees whole are our top priorities should additional funding be realized, whether that's through additional funding from the federal government, if there's another type of stimulus package, or whether it's just because tax overall collections end up increasing because of increases with business here in the city. So that's what this does. There's also a particular provision in this resolution as well about if the millage goes through on December 5th for the Economic Development Fund, on how we would like to spend 10% of that portion of the Economic Development Fund. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Palmer in a second so that she can explain that piece, because that was the section that she wanted inserted in this resolution. But this is co-authored by myself and Councilmember Jeruso, so I'll turn it over to either one of them if they'd also like to chime in on this.
I have comment, but you want to go first, Councilmember Palmer?
Yes, I would. Thank you. And thank you all for working with my office as we led on this. Basically, what we're looking at is one of the concerns that we've had from the very beginning is that cuts in both CPC and safety and permits will actually have an impact on getting work done within the city. This has been voiced from myself and many of you from the very beginning. We all appreciate that we need to have cuts across the board at 20%, but it's really not going to make a lot of sense in investing in affordable housing and housing issues, as well as in other economic development issues, if we don't have people that can push these projects through the door. And one of the primary things that the city should be able to do is to respond adequately to permitting, as well as to any type of zoning issues in order to have work done. So with that being said, it makes sense that when we look at additional monies potentially coming in, that Councilman Moreno explained for the millage money, that the Economic Development Fund, which is receiving a significant amount of that money, that 10% of that money, should the millage pass, will go to fund personnel both in safety and permits and CPC. The connection between these departments and economic development is very clear. And I think this resolution just shows what our intent is as a body, as well as what the intent is of the administration to work with us should this millage pass, so that we can make sure that progress can still happen in these uncertain times. In addition to that, I did speak with Mr. Gilbert Montano this morning regarding this. Should it not pass, I feel that he promised, and I would like him to elaborate on it, that we will go back to the table to try to find resources to ensure that that these departments will be able to still function. So I'm sorry, Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. I just want to add more broadly, not only is the city hurting right now, but so are its residents. Many are out of work. Others don't have enough work. Business are seeing only a fraction of their customers and wondering if they can keep their doors open. Parents are trying to juggle their jobs with school and childcare restrictions. My phone calls with constituents usually start off with quality of life concerns. Inevitably, though, the conversation turns to their anxiety and anxiety, or uncertainty and anxiety. Let there be no doubt, this has been a tough, tough year. From the cyber attack to the deaths at Mardi Gras, the pandemic, and being in the cone of uncertainty 8 different times, this has been a challenging time with no easy choices. When there are no easy choices, all that is left are tough ones. Remember, the city's budget is primarily based on property tax, sales tax, and other revenue sources. Sales tax and other revenue took a nosedive because of the pandemic. There wasn't enough financial relief to make up for that shortfall. So tough choices must be made. There's no way to sugarcoat the shared sacrifice residents and the city are making. Most departments made deep personnel and operating cuts, and as Councilmember Moreno just said, they kept on working hard to keep the city running. Government's first priority is and should always be to provide public safety services, regardless of the financial strain. It's not just the police, fire, and EMS, the front lines of public safety. Code enforcement, city planning, safety and permits, health, sanitation, DPW, and others are crucial public safety agencies. This budget does its best with limited resources to address these people's critical concerns. As a council member, I've attended many community meetings. The one drawing the most people and interest concern rising property taxes and crime. Even with limited resources, we will collectively keep our eye on the ball, whether it's carjackings in Mid-City and New Orleans East, the police officer shot in the French Quarter, break-ins, or fires like the one that happened yesterday in Central City. Of course, people still need their garbage collected, their potholes filled, and their households fixed with proper permits. We've introduced this resolution, which I rarely join, that looks to first restore funding to public safety departments, eliminate as many furlough days as possible, provide back pay to furloughed employees. The news of an effective vaccine and a potential stimulus package give hope for a quicker physical and economic recovery. Whether it's power, pumps, potholes, or any other public issue, our focus will remain on basic city needs. And with that, I just wanted to not only say thank you to my colleagues who I know have worked hard and with each other on different parts of this, but also to CAO Montano, the CFO, Norm, and all of their team, because there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to get this budget to where it's supposed to be. And Gilbert and his staff did a tremendous job of communicating with us and talking. And we certainly kept them on their toes with the changes that we wanted to have too. And we appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thanks, Councilmember Giarrusso. And, you know, this being the last budget instrument that needs to be passed to really complete our budget process for this year. You know, Councilmember Giarrusso, you're absolutely right. This was an incredibly tough budget season. It's been a really tough year. It's a hard budget. It's a hard budget to pass with the amounts of cuts that we're dealing with. With that being said, though, there are, I think, some positive aspects of our operational budget and our capital budget. First, I just want to go ahead and thank CAO Montano and also Mayor Cantrell for accepting my ask of increasing the threshold for those who would be exempt from furloughs, our city employees who would be exempt from those making under $30,000 a year to those making under $35,000 a year. So initially it would have been 500 employees exempt, and now we've increased that to about 930 employees who will be exempt. So I just very much appreciate the mayor and the CAO working with me on that and going before civil service to ask for that threshold to increase as well. It's just been such a deep dive into this budget that started well before the hearing process started, with each individual council member working closely with the administration. You know, my really big thing for this year was trying to find efficiency. So I really appreciate the different types of investments and efficiencies that are being made. For example, energy efficiencies, that we're going to make an investment into creating more efficient buildings that we have right now. We're also, of course, investing when it comes to energy savings as well, with putting solar panels on some of our buildings as well, which will lead to down the road cost reductions in our power bills. We're investing in technology, which is so important. Not only technology where we'll have better connectivity between the public buildings in this city, but also a major investment toward public Wi-Fi. And I so appreciate the partnership with the mayor on this and her deep commitment to ensure that the people of this city one day, and hopefully soon, will have a very robust and effective public Wi-Fi system in this city. And just one more thing I'd like to add, you know, obviously we just did the parity amendment, but you know, this council really has been focused on criminal justice reform measures and accountability measures. So another item that is also in this budget, and I very much once again appreciate Ramsey Green and the CAO working with me on this, is that the independent monitor will receive funding to create a public-facing database so that the people of this city can see what type of disciplinary actions are happening within the police department, but then they can also see what police officers are receiving, you know, big awards, whether it's, you know, here locally or on the national front. So we have a better understanding as to what's happening with our police department and our officers. And this has been really a reform measure that's been happening in other cities, and we're going to be able to move forward with that as well. So as I've mentioned, it's been a really tough budget season, budget process, just a really grueling year for the people of the city, business owners in the city, and also those of us working within city government to try to make things work, make ends meet, and also keep services going to our best of our ability. And that's what this budget is today. I'm very hopeful that there will be additional funding that comes our way. And obviously the resolution states as to how we would like to spend the additional dollars first. And that is, you know, obviously on the public safety piece and making our employees whole. So, you know, with that, I'm going to do everything possible that I can to lobby our federal leaders to get another stimulus package going. I think that that's really what we deserve, and other cities deserve as well. And so I'm hopeful that something will pass with this new administration and the new Congress coming in. So those are my statements on this particular budget. It's not, of course, what we wanted, but there are some very positive aspects as well that we were able to put together because of the very hard work of the administration and the council as well. Does anyone else have any comments that they would like to make? Okay, I'm seeing none. Well, with that,
Councilmember Moreno, I thought Councilmember Brossett wanted to say. Did you want to say something, Councilmember Brossett?
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Jump in. I can see. I'm sorry. I'm having serious tech problems, guys. So please just jump in.
I'll gladly add my name to this resolution. And since we are putting on our final comments relative to this budget, this very unusual budget and unusual year, I'll just say I want to thank my council colleagues. I want to thank my staff and for their hard work. This has been by far the most grueling budget cycle. We've had the 18 year, we've had 19, and now this one going into 2021. And the best way I could describe it is a shared sacrifice. We have many people who are struggling, families, individuals, businesses, many decades of families who've owned businesses or restaurants, don't know if they're going to be here tomorrow, don't know what the next day is going to bring. And same with families and individuals who are living the paycheck to paycheck and are, coming home with uncertain answers to their children and saying that it's going to be okay, not knowing what life is going to throw at them next. And we have put together a budget that I believe addresses the cornerstones of an improvement in quality of life and the cornerstones of government, of public safety, health, affordable housing and housing. We must continue to go on and be hopeful for the future. Everybody is taking some sort of cut, and we must make sure that we continue to prioritize what's important to our constituents. And thank you, Gilbert, and thank you to the mayor. We went through a thorough budget hearings over 7 days, hearing from various departments of their requests. And I believe that we are putting ourselves in a financial footing to put us on a economic recovery for the future sustainability for our city. Throughout this pandemic, our credit rating has been improved, and we know what our budget was prior to this pandemic coming down, including, as mentioned before, the cyber attack. And so we just must stay the course, and as we always do in the city of New Orleans, persevere, be hopeful, and follow through. And I think that's what we have done here today, and what we have crafted as a budget. So I want to thank you all. Thank the council research, clerk's office, council fiscal, and thank you again to my staff for the work that they do. And thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brossett, for your leadership as budget chair on putting all of this together. And thank you to your staff as well. Any other comments? Please just jump in. Like I said, I'm having issues here.
I think Gilbert wants to add something.
Gilbert?
Yes, Mr. President, Chairman Brossett, thank you. And I think it's important to highlight some of the comments already made and also extend our gratitude as an administration to the council, and our gratitude to our teams that worked relentlessly on this. And it is a little bit of a somber budget, and it probably should be. This is not going to be a budget that anybody particularly likes. We know this budget is not enough as we move forward for the city. However, as several of the councilors have said, we know that these tough choices had to be made, and they had to be made at the most stressful time for everybody and their families currently. And I want to thank everybody for working collaboratively with the administration to get us there. We hope to see future changes. We have a lot of optimistic visions, but I also know that we have to be prepared should it get worse. And I think that's really what this budget does prepare us for. It keeps us structurally balanced. It thinks for the future as well as the present. and really takes care, as much as pain it is to go before personally the civil service and ask for furlough days. It was nice not to ask for layoffs. And so although families have to go in and say that our check was cut, they don't have to tell anybody that there was not a job to go to tomorrow. And I do want to thank the council and the mayor, of course, for making employees in that regard for that priority. And lastly, I just overall want to appreciate all the hard work. And this budget year, I frankly believe started in March. The council has been on the conference calls as we've had them early March and so on, as we were trying to navigate through the most unknown period that we have. And I think we're at a place where we closed out 2020 without entering a structural balance, without touching a rainy day fund, without using our loan. And that's a testament to $100 million in cuts you all will be voting on. And that's a huge deal. Not a lot of cities can sustain $100 million in cuts, but we have been able to work together to get us across that line. So once again, I want to thank the mayor, the budget chairman, all the leadership of the council individually. I believe I've talked with everybody over the course of the last several weeks, and I just want to really appreciate it. And then of course, my team, my staff who works way past midnights on some of these days to get us where we're at in the complexity of all the other disasters that we've faced. This is certainly going to be a budget we will not forget. We hope to have in the rearview mirror at some period of time when their time changes. And I know Council Member Palmer asked me to say publicly, and I will, related to safety and permits, she 100% does have my support to figure this out should the millage not pass. Now, we're going to be very optimistic. We realize that the millages have a very specific and strategic purpose, and we need those resources to move forward. And we're confident that the public is going to listen and they're going to support those millages for the needs for the future of the city. But in preparation, should that not occur, we're going to make sure that safety and permits is taken care of, and we identify the most efficient way and fill some of those current vacancies and move forward accordingly. I hope that suffices, Councilmember Palmer, for my public statement. And
let's just include City Planning Commission as well.
So, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I do appreciate all your hard work, Gilbert. You've really kept the lines of communication open. I mean, you started reaching out to us months ago about this. I think you're right that we have been dealing with this since March. But I do really, truly appreciate all the communication that you and your entire team has had with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gilbert, I know you recognize your team, but let me just say Chad and all those guys have been getting up early and staying up late to get us to this point. I know you're the one on the microphone and on the video screen right now, but I know a lot of people had to do work that frankly your department has never had to do in the city of New Orleans, and you all really need to know that this council doesn't just thank you, but the entire city thanks you. There's a number of things that people don't even realize were in jeopardy because of the work that you have done. I can't thank you enough. You've been very honest and super transparent to get us to this point. I pray that we never find ourselves in this situation again, but this is something that cities across the country are dealing with. And I know just from speaking to some colleagues from around the country, they are not coming out with a budget like ours. They have not had a process like ours. We have still done some aspirational things, even in the midst of the biggest budget crisis we've ever had. So let me just say again, thank you to you and your team for what you've accomplished, but also how you accomplished it. It means a lot.
Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, thank you, Gilbert, Chad, Ramsey, and the rest of the team for helping to put the budget together. If there are no more comments, no one else is jumping in, well, then I will move adoption of the resolution. Can I get a second?
Second.
Then seconded by Council President Williams. Madam Clerk? You're on mute, ma'am. Madam Clerk, you're on mute.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer? Councilmember Palmer, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R-20-404 has been adopted. Council members, we now need to go to page 42 and take up motion M-2403 by Councilmember Williams. A motion amending the regular council meeting schedule for the year 2020 to change the regular council meeting from Tuesday, December 1st, 2020 to Thursday, December 3rd, 2020.
I'd move adoption. Speaks for itself. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett, Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted. Council members, now we need to go to page 33. We have the legislative grouping 33,128 by council members Banks and Williams by request. An ordinance to adopt Article 12 of the Chapter 26 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to inclusionary zoning to reestablish application requirements, compliance measures, enforcement procedures, and penalties, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. We're also having an amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,128 by council members Banks and Williams. An amendment to exempt certain developments from permitting fees with proof of income certification monitoring. Amend the effective date. Require within 3 years of passage and every, excuse me, and every 5 years thereafter, a public hearing by the City Planning Commission, CPC, with the Office of Community Development and Finance Authority of New Orleans to consider whether a feasibility analysis is needed to inform changes to inclusionary zoning policy, with the CPC ultimately recommending if a study should be conducted. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Jay, you want to do the amendment?
No, please, Councilmember Banks, proceed.
Now, procedural, I know we need to adopt the amendment first. Do we have to read the public comments before the amendment, or do we have to, how do we have to do this, Paul?
It's best to read public comments before moving to entertain it formally.
Okay.
And there's 12 on this item, sir.
Okay, if you would, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. The first one is from Jeremy Honeywell. The Smart Housing Mix Ordinance before you today is the last piece needed to finally implement needed housing policy. I appreciate all the work you've put into this over the past 3 years and ask that you ensure the program begins as soon as possible in 2021 rather than delay it until 2022. It will take years to fully recover from this COVID-19 recession, and we need more affordable places to live as soon as possible. The next comment is from Michelle Tuyo. I support the implementation of the smart housing mix. For myself and many of my friends and neighbors, wages remain stagnant while housing prices increase. The smart housing mix can help provide working class residents and families with high quality housing within the city. John Sullivan, he is a paid representative of Enterprise Community. We ask that you approve inclusionary zoning for New Orleans. City housing and planning officials have been working on this plan for several years, even before the initial motion from the City Council in 2016, and are presenting a plan that has been thoroughly crafted to fit the needs of New Orleans. The inclusionary zoning policy is a way to move in a different direction from the exclusionary practices of the past and into a more equitable future. We support the ordinance as crafted except for 2 items that need amendment. Page 4, lines 84 and 85 limit pilot terms to 10 years, although Fano is proposing to offer terms up to 40 years for certain affordable housing projects. We ask that you remove that section and retain the next section, which allows the city and Fano to set the specific terms of the pilot. We also recommend removing the specific lease terms from lines 146 through 167 and allow city administrators to determine specific lease terms for different housing projects, specifically because the provisions on what happens when the tenant's income increases over the income eligibility threshold may conflict with HUD regulations for affordable housing projects. Again, we greatly appreciate the council's work and the CPC's work in getting this to the finish line. We ask that you support this motion. Nicole Barnes. Genoha is proud to have supported the development of mandatory inclusionary zoning, and even more proud the smart housing mix takes one step closer to becoming a reality for the people of New Orleans. In order to create affordable housing, developers need clear and predictable rules and regulations, something that the city of New Orleans has lacked. The items before the council today offer a clear path for securing the resources necessary to create affordable housing and demonstrate that our policymakers have decided to prioritize the needs of the average citizen. We would suggest some tweaks be made to ensure greater clarity before adoption. Specifically, on page 4, line 84, number 4 states, pilots granted to affordable housing developments pursuant to the CEA between the city and Fano shall have a 10-year pilot period. End quote. The 10-year limitation conflicts with Fano's pilot policy, which allows terms of up to 40 years for certain subsidized affordable housing projects. We request lines 40, 84, and 85 be deleted and retain the following provision, 5, that allows the city and Fano to determine the terms of the pilot. Also, these provisions in lines 146 through 167 dictate specific language for lease agreements. We request to remove the specific language out of the ordinance and allow the proper lease language to be determined by program regulations. Specifically, the language in, quote, 2, renewal of lease subject to income requirements, end quote, may conflict with LIHTC, and HUD-regulated properties may be subject to different rules on what happens when the tenant's income increases over the income eligibility threshold. We urge adoption today and addressing these minor technical issues at a later date. Andronica Morris. On behalf of Genoha and Housing NOLA, we urge adoption of these items with the proposed amendments. We are glad to see significant progress being made and the smart housing mix taking yet another step to becoming a reality. Over the past few years, the city's affordable housing crisis has spiraled out of control, and our leaders must implement common sense strategies that will undo the impact of systemic racism and 300 years of inequities. This policy does exactly that. It tells developers that in order to work in New Orleans, they must meet the needs of the people first. The City Council is currently grappling with budget shortfalls caused by tax breaks that support multinational corporations in response to a global pandemic, but makes no allowances to keep people housed during that same pandemic. We urge you to continue to move towards full and complete adoption of the smart housing mix with all due haste. Maxwell Ciaduro. He is a paid representative of Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. The Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center strongly supports this ordinance, and we thank the council for all the work you've done on the smart housing mix in the past 4 years. This process is the result of careful study of our housing market by outside experts and dozens of community meetings, council hearings, CPC meetings, and consultations with advocates, developers, academics, and residents. This is also not a box we check off and forget about. It is intended to be a living process that we tweak over time to ensure it continues to work for all parties involved, and we're glad to see that acknowledged in the amendments to this ordinance and the previous mapping ordinance. We also know that the new affordable units this policy will create cannot come soon enough. COVID-19 has only exacerbated this incredible inequality in our residents' access to housing. The wealthy are making huge profits and luxury homes prices continue to rise. Meanwhile, renters and small landlords are staring down a cliff, and tens of thousands could lose their homes this January when the CDC's eviction moratorium ends. The smart housing mix was designed to address exactly this kind of stark inequality, and we congratulate you for taking this important step to address our housing crisis. The next comment is from Nicole Weber, and she says she is a paid representative of 6 affordable housing developers. With regard to ordinance calendar number 33,128 and the amendments, the ordinance creates an undue burden on affordable housing. We represent affordable housing developers. In fact, we have 2 major developments under construction that will create over 300 affordable units in our city, and another that will create an additional 80 units in the Bywater. Every project has taken over 2 years to go through the competitive financing process, zoning, and permitting. Affordable housing is not affordable. Adding another layer of regulation on affordable housing developments that have gone through the affordable housing plan development zoning process has a meaningful purpose, but is ill-conceived. Zoning exceptions provided under the AHPD can be achieved through other zoning mechanisms that do not have an additional permitting process and annual renewal as required by Ordinance Calendar Number 33128. The rationale for such regulations is that the AHPD provides exceptions or waivers that could otherwise not be granted, but this is not true. Zoning waivers and exceptions are granted through the conditional use process, general plan developments, zoning map amendments, reasonable accommodations, and the Board of Zoning Adjustments. If AHPD developments are required additional steps, then all zoning waivers, exceptions, and exemptions that have been approved through the City Council or the Board of Zoning Adjustments for all property should have to report to the city prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy and annually for renewal, like the requirements in this ordinance. The ordinance is discriminatory against affordable housing. It is a violation of equal protection to regulate affordable housing for having zoning waivers, although other developments, residential or non-residential, also enjoy the same type of waivers through zoning approvals. There is no legitimate government interest in such a regulation because zoning waivers, i.e. exemptions, exceptions, and waivers, are approved all the time through other zoning mechanisms such as the conditional use process, general plan developments, BZA waivers, etc. And those developments are not required to report to City Hall in order to continue operations. And let's be real, these waivers aren't a godsend. They have the ability to reduce burdensome square footage requirements like the 1,200 to 1,500 square foot dwelling unit, but these types of exceptions are also waived through other zoning mechanisms, i.e. conditional uses, general plan developments, Board of Zoning Adjustments, and reasonable accommodations. The regulations in this ordinance are the antithesis of what we say we want to happen, and that is to create more affordable units. What I have suggested is that affordable housing be allowed waivers through administrative approvals rather than this lengthy and expensive legislative process. If done administratively, then a regulatory review seems fair. However, requiring annual review just because it's affordable is not defensible. There are other issues with the ordinance, such as the regulations presented in the ordinance that are reflected in the other areas of the law and in the policy and procedures. Regurgitating these regulations merely creates another piece of legislation that must be amended when any type of incentives or changes to requirements are made. We continue to create more regulation when we need real incentives. We strongly urge the council to meet with us to get real recommendations for incentives for the people who actually build and operate affordable housing. Sorry, this one was long and it cut off. Where was I? The next comment is from Ron Lazel, also a paid representative of Weber Consulting. Weber Consulting represents 6 affordable housing developers in New Orleans. Our clients currently are constructing or will soon be constructing 512 affordable units in New Orleans. In addition, we have assisted developers in creating 377 affordable units in the region. These numbers do not include our efforts in completing affordable housing developments in New Orleans. As you can tell, we are passionate about affordable housing and we appreciate our relationship with GNOHA, LAFHAC, City Council, and the administration when it comes to affordable housing. Our clients have many concerns over this proposed ordinance. In fact, they have been on multiple conference calls to discuss how this ordinance would negatively affect them, their current and future affordable housing developments. GNOHA, LAFHAC, council staff, and council members have participated in many conversations with our developers. It is through these conversations that all parties realize there are many issues with this ordinance that need to be addressed and fixed. Our clients are committed to continuing to meet with council members, GNOHA, LAFHAC, the administration, to share concerns and offer ideas for incentives to make this ordinance work. Our clients are seeking opportunities to create more affordable units in New Orleans. They are very concerned that with the current language in this ordinance, there will be new barriers for them in developing affordable housing units. We support affordable housing and our clients want to create more affordable units in New Orleans. We are all on the same team. We will work together to make affordable housing easier, to create and remove any and all obstacles that hinder or slow down affordable developments. Elizabeth Wittenberg. Last year, over half of all renters in the city of New Orleans were cost burdened. With the impact of COVID-19, I believe that more needs to be done to ensure the safety and housing of New Orleans residents. We can address affordable housing with density through more units. The updated maps will do just that by providing affordable housing in more areas of the city. I urge you, council members, to please put housing first by passing this ordinance. Kevin Fitzpatrick. Please put housing first and pass ordinance 33128. We desperately need to address housing in our city. Mary Phillips. Last year, over half of all renters in the city of New Orleans were cost burdened. With impacts of COVID-19, I believe that more needs to be done to ensure the safety and housing of New Orleans residents. We can address affordable housing through density and more units. The updated maps will do just that by providing affordable housing in more areas of the city. I urge you, council members, to put housing first and pass this ordinance to #FixTheMix. Jonathan Late. I am writing in strong support of this amendment in order to increase affordable housing opportunities through greater density throughout the city. I want to particularly emphasize the critical importance of exempting developments from permitting fees that can otherwise demonstrate proof of income certification monitoring. All developments utilizing public funding for affordable housing, low-income housing tax credits, home or CDBG funds, HANA vouchers, etc., are already required to complete household income certification for review by other public agencies. The cash flow on these developments is incredibly tight and cannot support additional fees to the city for a redundant certification. Please put housing first by passing this ordinance to #FixTheMix. Thank you very much for your consideration. Those are all the comments on item 24.
Thank you, Teresa. I want to move for adoption of the amendment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks. Go ahead, Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is adopted. Now the
Thank you.
ordinance as amended.
All right, I want to move now for adoption of the ordinance as amended. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. Madam Clerk, before we call for the vote, I want to make a few comments.
Okay.
The idea of passing something just for the sake of passing it is not something that I'm comfortable with. The reality of it is that we don't need a paper victory. What we need to have is a real mechanism, a real tool, a real way to get affordable housing in our city. I hear the complaints from some folks that it doesn't do enough, and I fully accept that. But I do not want to sacrifice good in the quest of perfect. Now, what we need to do, we're going to hopefully pass this today and continue to work on it to get all of the tweaking done that's necessary. Because again, passing something just to raise up and pat ourselves on the back and say, oh, we passed this, and no units be developed, really doesn't accomplish anything. Now, I was taught a long time ago to always know what the win is. And the win is not passing legislation. The win is getting affordable housing for our citizens. Now, by no means is this the final. We intend to keep working on this to get it to the point where those fears that folks have raised are finalized and addressed. But we need to adopt this to keep the process moving. We do not need to be guilty of paralysis by analysis, and we'll be waiting to do this for the next 10 years, and we still have nothing in place. With that, I ask you all to support this. I know that there are members of the administration who are available if we have any specific questions. Kelly Butler and Ashley Becknell are standing by. I know that they're on the call somewhere. If we need to have any specific questions answered from any of my colleagues, but this is just one step in what I expect to be a long road to get to where we need to get, but it's a road that we have to be on. Affordable housing is something that we have to not lose sight is absolutely essential. While it's wonderful to have tons of money and be able to go anywhere, the reality of it is most of our citizenry doesn't. The people that make the magic of New Orleans have to be able to live here, or the magic will leave New Orleans. This is critical for all of our futures. So with that, if there are any questions, please ask them. If not, Madam Clerk, I'd ask you to have a roll call.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance as amended has been adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're now going to turn to page, we got to go to page 32. I'd like to start off by deferring ordinance calendar number 33,021 to 12/3. We have legislative grouping 33,081 by Councilmember Palmer by request. An ordinance to approve the economic development plan of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund as required by the Louisiana Revised Statute 33,09020 ET sequence, and ordinance number 14,118 MCS as amended and reordained by ordinance number 28,341 MCS and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,081 by Councilmember Kristin Palmer. An amendment to replace Exhibit A attached to the ordinance with the revised economic development plan adopted November 16, 2020 by the Tourism and Cultural Fund. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. So are there any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, there's one public comment from Ashley Shabankara, and she is a paid representative. I am submitting this comment as a representative of a collaborative of individuals from New Orleans culture, music, arts, intermediary, and service organizations. When the initial version of this economic development plan was submitted to the City Council, our collaborative made a public comment indicating our significant concerns. And we served notice to the city that the cultural community was organizing, that we were talking with each other, and that we would hold the city accountable. To fulfill this promise, we have held multiple stakeholder meetings with more than 90 individuals and representatives from 60 community organizations and have provided significant feedback on the plan to the Office of Cultural Economy, the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund Board, and the City Council. We want to acknowledge that it is clear that the concerns of the community have been heard and that there is a great deal of growth in the revised plan submitted today, especially in the commitment to establish a cultural working group to advise NOTCF, the adjustment of the previous cultural bearer definition, and the elimination of many of the previous programmatic specifics. Our understanding is that each of these areas will continue to develop and will be revisited through the work of the cultural working group. We were unable to provide specific feedback around the budget since it wasn't included in the original plan. We want to thank Lisa Alexis of the NOTCF board members. I want to thank Lisa Alexis and the NOTCF board members, city council members, and their offices that have engaged with us regarding the plan. Our message today is that we will continue to focus on accountability and to ensure representation, transparency, equity, and authentic community engagement in all matters surrounding the fund, with continued resolve and commitment to the culture bearers, artists, and musicians who are the creators and sustainers of New Orleans culture. That is the only comment.
Great. Thank you so much. Council members, this is a by request ordinance to approve an updated economic development plan for the New Orleans Tourism and Culture Fund. As you remember, back in the winter and spring of 2020, we worked to change the mission of this organization from marketing tourism to offering more direct support to the cultural community. These changes require quite a few procedural steps, including the approval of the plan today. We have Lisa Alexis from Cultural Economy and a representative from the Law Department here. And so I'd like us to kind of walk through the next steps, Lisa, so the council members are aware of it before we vote, if that's okay.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilman Palmer.
Could you briefly give what this plan entails?
Certainly. Good afternoon. This
I'm
plan.
sorry. I would also like to say, I see that Mr. Lloyd Dennis is here with us as well. Mr. Dennis is chairman of the new fund, and thank you so much for your commitment, sir. And we know this has been a labor of love for you, and we appreciate your work.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for this opportunity to uplift our community.
Thank you. This plan serves as the starting point and framework for the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund's collaborations to come, grant programming, and programming support. It takes the first steps to define our culture bearers and how we will envision how we move forward collectively through the knowledge, the ideas, and the voices of our own cultural stakeholders. The objective of the plan is to create opportunities to advance the cultural skills that will move into economically productive goods, services, places, and to better monetize art. Through the sectors of culinary arts, design, entertainment, literary arts and humanities, preservation, and visual arts and crafts, the plan places many focuses and emphasis on economic opportunities, workforce development, affordable housing, digital cultural infrastructure, and healthcare. We realize this is only achieved through the engagement of our cultural working groups that will be established, and through the support of our community and the creatives who have been undergirding the art and tourism of our city. We would like to thank our council members and staff and the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund Board who have taken the necessary time to listen, acknowledge, and support all of our cultural artists, artisans, and our cultural assets to build towards and advance a more sustainable cultural economy. So I've given you an overview and summary, and I would like to say that with your support and approval, we would like to move forward collectively as a city and a cultural ecosystem to more economic opportunities in moving forward. And at this time, I am open for any and all questions.
Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to real quick, I see that Jonathan Harris is here with us from the legal department. Jonathan, what are the next procedural steps to satisfy the law, both state and city, in terms of this fund?
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, great. So at this point, it's my understanding that we have the revised plan on the agenda as an amendment, basically an amendment to swap out the revised plan for the one that was introduced with the ordinance. So assuming that is adopted today, the next steps I think would be that it's my understanding on Monday, there will be an NOTCF meeting. And at that time, they will adopt a revised 2020 program, which is basically the budget for NOTCF. And they will also adopt a 2021 program, which will be the 2021 budget for the NOTCF. And at that point, ordinances will be provided to the council, I understand, by NOTCF, and they will effectively replace the 2020 program that was adopted last year with the 2020 budget. And they will ask for council approval for, effectively a revised 2020 budget because of all the changes due to COVID-19 and because of the changes in the actual entity. And then they will also ask for council approval for the 2021 program, which will effectively provide the budget for NOTCF for 2021.
Great. Thank you so much. I see, Councilmember Williams, did you have any comments? I know you've been instrumental in working with this as well.
Just a couple of questions. Just want to make sure as we work our way through this that we are talking about how we can strategically put in accountability measures to make sure that the cultural bearers are the real beneficiaries in terms of like how much out of every dollar actually gets to the culture bearers. So I want to make sure those accountability measures are in place. Also want to make sure that there are some safeguards to ensure that that funding is able to flow through bureaucracy easily to cultural bearers. I know a lot of times, if you know how to get around City Hall, it's one thing, but if you're an artist and you are trying to figure out how this money gets to you while you're spending your time and money creating it, I want to make sure that process is made easier for those artists. And also if there's a way to have direct investments to those cultural bearers. I think so many of them have given so much to the city for so many years, asking for nothing, right? So I thank God for the work that you all are doing to make sure that they're recognized, but I want to make sure that we have a system in place that is sensitive to making sure that there is really a direct line to those artists. Jonathan, what are your thoughts on that? Jonathan, do you have any thoughts on that in terms of legal mechanisms to make sure those things are codified?
Sure. I'm happy to speak to that. There is an annual report that's due by NOTCF every year, and that has to be submitted by March 1st. That's actually for the preceding year. So that will be sort of a look back, after the books have been closed on 2020. Also, when the ordinances come to the council very soon, probably, I guess, to be introduced on December 3rd, there are actually, some details in the 2020 program in terms of revenues and expenditures and where the money looks like it will actually go. As well, in the economic development plan that was submitted, there are some details there, but as you can see from reading the plan, it's not meant to have all the details. So, you can see examples of what the plans for the corporation will be, and they're, in somewhat general terms, but there is some detail provided there, and I would just say that. You also have 2 council members who are serving on NOTCF. So I think there are procedures in place, and I think that I would expect to see more detail than is actually in what's before you today. Today it's just the economic development plan, and that only has a certain level of detail just by nature of the document that is before you.
I appreciate that, Jonathan. And even as it relates to how we are defining the term cultural bearer, I think we need to make sure that we are being as strategic as we can be on that, to make sure that we are targeting the folks that we want to target. And perhaps, are there any thoughts on having culture bearers from the community actually be included on the board level where those investment decisions are being made? That's one way that we can make sure that we're staying in line with the mission described. Mr. Dennis.
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Can I speak up?
Yes, please,
Yes,
Mr. Dennis.
This is a blessing. This is an opportunity for us to engage community as community has never been engaged before. All of you on the council know me. I hope that I have many friends on the council.
You absolutely do, sir.
But the one other thing that you know about me is that I didn't help any of you get elected. I've reserved myself. Cindy is an excellent friend. I've reserved myself for this moment. I've reserved myself for a point in time where in this city, there has to be a trusted leader who can stand up before everybody and be trusted to do this work. There will be, this first year, there will be some trust, because we are not going to decide anything hard until we go to community, until we engage community. The new technology that we are using today provides us an opportunity to reach out as never before. We don't have to fill a room with people. We don't have to have one big meeting. We're looking at doing focus groups. We're looking at bringing community in, and that we definitely are going to have culture bearers on the board. I kind of thought I was one, Councilman Wilson, but we are looking to bring others on the board. We have excellent administrators. We have people that know how to do the business side. I'm not going to micromanage. We are not intending to micromanage. But what we are intending to do is make sure that not every American, but every New Orleanian that has a part to play in this gets heard, and gets heard in a way where we collect the data in such a way where we can establish priorities, where we can establish and processes that will be received and acceptable. We fully expect that most of the best ideas, Councilman Williams, about how people are going to access this fund, how they're going to get help. We fully expect that the best ideas are going to come from community. Mm-hmm. And we have, the staff is fully on board with this. We are not putting anything in ink until we engage the community. And we appreciate the work of the Cultural Collaborative, because they've brought much to us and we've involved that. But we want to reach past the Cultural Collaborative. There are people in this city who have been on the outside and have not figured out how to access things for so long that they've given up. Mm-hmm. We want to engage them and let them know that this is a new day. This day, there is money for you. And so we are here to serve that cultural community. And what we are asking is that this council provide us with an opportunity to get this first year, to get it and show and prove. I once told Alden McDonald something when he made our first business loan, which was sketchy. And I told him, I said, one day you're going to be very proud that you made this loan. And what I want to say to all the council members is next year, when we come back through this process, we know that you're going to celebrate us, and we're going to celebrate with community and have the power of that consistency. What's the word I'm looking for? Not consistency. You know what I'm saying? but that group of people fully engaged in tourism. And understand their role and their that they play in this, and that they and make sure that they're uplifted, appreciated, and supported. And I don't want to talk because I will ramble.
No, look, I want to tell you that is not rambling at all. It actually provides a great deal of comfort to hear you articulate what you just articulated, because I know you know the need, right? And I know I know you've seen for many more years than I've seen. Folks,
you didn't have to go there.
No, well, no, I mean, wisdom is wisdom. Wisdom is wisdom, and you know, the artists who have had their talents exploited. You don't have to go very far to see an image of something that someone spent their money, heart, and time on, with someone else making the profit from that. And so to hear you articulate that is very, very meaningful to me, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Banks?
Thank you. I am just elated that we're at this point. I have said repeatedly that the magic of New Orleans is not the fact that we are situated 2 inches closer to heaven than the rest of the planet. The magic of New Orleans is the fact that the people here have created this wonderfully unique culture that is duplicated nowhere else on the planet. And because of that culture, that makes us what we are. And the people that actually are the creators of, the bearers of, the trustees of that culture are the people that benefit the least from the economics that are generated by the magic that they are. And I am elated to be a part of this process that is finally moving the ball down the field to get the understanding that those people need to be in the front of the train and not the back. Now, I've been in conversations with major restaurateurs and with major hoteliers. The fact is, they wouldn't be selling those gourmet meals, and they wouldn't be filling those rooms if the people that do what we are talking about doing didn't do what they did. That is the magic of New Orleans, these culture bearers. And the fact that they have been forgotten in this process for so long is a truly unfortunate situation, but it is truly a wonderful situation today that we understand it. And I'm very happy to be a part of it that is going to try to address it to level the field. They are the drivers of the train, whether or not they have been acknowledged or not. They are the ones that make our economy move, whether we want to consider that or not. I assure you that the food is fabulous. But if the people who are cooking it ain't here cooking it, it ain't going to taste the same. There is something about being here that helps us do what it is that we do. You can bring a horn player from anywhere around the planet, but it ain't going to sound.
It ain't good. Right.
Councilman, you muted.
A convention at the National League of Cities. The difference between us and many other tourist places around the world, people who provide the service aren't providing a service here in New Orleans, they're living their lives.
Jay, you're muted. Jay?
When Mickey Mouse gets off his 5 o'clock shift, he takes his costume off and go home. Our characters never get off a shift because they're just living their lives. This is a magical place, and I'm very excited to work along with my colleagues and the administration to move forward with making sure that we acknowledge those people that make us all successful. So with that, hey man, and look, don't feel bad about Jason and his chiding of you for age. He is, I mean, he just got born 2 weeks ago, so he's very jealous of us who have age and maturity, but that's his problem. He'll get old eventually, so don't hold it against him, Lord. He'll be all right one day.
He'll be all right.
Because there is value in maturity and age. Believe that, my friend. So again, thank you for all that you're doing, and I'm looking forward to next year and many more years, because I think we're putting a thing in place that is going to transform the way that we deal with what we deal with in terms of our culture bearers. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And Councilmember Williams, just to follow up on your comments, I think they're very wise, and I think that that when this fund creates the budget, that there are accountability marks and benchmarks that will then also be submitted to the council, so that we can track that investment and how it's spent, so that we get a clear picture, not just one time a year, but throughout the year. So again, I thank y'all very much. Council members, are there any other comments? Okay, I so moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Can we please have a vote? Ms. Johnson, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember,
Yay.
okay, I got you. Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We got 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted. Now the ordinance as amended.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dennis, and thank you, Ms. Alexa. We appreciate you both.
Councilmember, we need to vote on the ordinance as amended.
That sounds great. Let's go. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance 33,081 has been adopted as amended. Okay, council members, do we want to go to the consent agenda or to the regular agenda?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members,
Um,
you want to go with the consent? It's only a few pages and then go to
Sure,
the
let's-
regular?
Let's knock that out, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We're now going to go to page 2. We have special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. We have a communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Dane B. Salino, Executive Administrator and General Counsel, the New Orleans Ethics Review Board. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Lisa D. Alexis, President of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund. This should be marked received. The suggested hearing date is for 12/3. On page 4, we have a communication from Jenna D. Burke, Director of Land Use, Council Member J.H. Banks. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is December 3rd. Communication from Allison Port, Legislative Director, Council Member Kristin Gissison Palmer. I'm sorry. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is 12/3. On page 5, we have a communication from Stephen Gernhauser, Attorney at Law, care of Tom and Valina Collis, 2824 Sheffman Tour Highway. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is 12/3. We have a communication from J. Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is December the 3rd. We have a report from Eleanor Burke, Deputy Director, New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is December the 3rd. And we have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is December 3rd. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We have one public comment on the consent agenda. It is from Jean Nathan. Statement, and it is on consent agenda communication number 4. Statement on the city's presentation to the City Council seeking approval of the city's economic development plan for the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund submitted by the Creative Alliance of New Orleans, our working and community teams. The Creative Alliance of New Orleans supports and congratulates the Mayor, Lisa Alexis, President of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, and all those who worked on the development of an initial economic development plan for the fund. This effort will provide guidance for the fund to develop an agenda and programs to help culture bearers, creative artists, and producers, and grow the creative sector of the city. The modified plan is strengthened not only in further delineating the various categories of creative work, but also providing for engagement with the cultural community and recognizing the value of groundwork being produced by various cultural entities in the city. Cano shares the fund's goal and has been working with community leaders for over 2 years to develop a comprehensive report on the scope and impact of the creative industries in the city as a first step in facilitating the development of a shared long-term economic development plan for the creative industries in New Orleans. We hope this first stage of our work will provide needed data and recommendations for identifying new revenue sources and ways to support, invest, and grow our creative industries. We have brought together a very strong team of local and national experts to conduct a robust discovery phase, including interviews, online research, online surveys, and focus groups. We have and continue to invite citizens of all sectors to help evaluate and guide the discovery phase and make recommendations from the city's consideration. We hope our work will inform and support the upcoming work of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund. We welcome the city's deepening commitment to our culture and creative community and economy. That is the only comment on the consent agenda.
We need to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Johnson, you're on mute.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the consent agenda is adopted. We're now on top of page 7. I have a communication from Victoria Lewandowski, Economic Development Liaison, District E. We have 6324 Sheffman Tour Highway, 6400 Sheffman Tour LLC. This is an RTA. This should be marked received, and the suggested hearing date is December the 3rd. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the RTA has been added to the agenda. We have the regular agenda, legislative grouping, the RTA tax abatement, a communication of Jenna Burke, Director of Land Use, District B, requesting to schedule a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application and transmitting the report on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, approving the request. 1012 Canal Street, Raoul Properties LLC. We have resolution R 2386 by Councilmember Banks, a resolution approving participation of municipal address 1012 Canal Street, owned by Raoul Properties LLC, as identified by the State Board of Commerce and Industry, application number RTA 2018-0290.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Okay,
I was
I'm sorry. I am going to move to approve the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, guys, this one is for property that was next to a building that was gutted by a fire. This is on across from the Hard Rock site. They did a full restoration. They've completed all the requirements and they did all of their DBE requirements. So There is absolutely no reason why we should not approve this. So with that, I will ask for approval. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and the resolution R 2386 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 8. We have land use matters. All land use are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. Legislative grouping. The HDLC appeal of Sharon Bourne Musso Architects requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application to install a new through-wall vent in existing transium for property located at 701 Chapatoulas Street. Motion M 2385 by Councilmember Banks. A motion overruling HDLC's denial and granting the applicant's applicant's appeal. Councilmember Banks, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have moved that we overrule the HDLC and approve the appeal. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. This is for Lucy's Bar in the Warehouse District. They are redoing their kitchen and they needed to have an intake valve. So this will allow them to punch a hole in the building, but they're going to work with HDLC to make sure that it is discreet as possible, and it will be used, they will be using the appropriate materials to make it as unnoticeable as possible. So with that, I would ask you all to favorably consider this. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2385 has been adopted. On top of page 9, a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Eric Iglesias requested to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's HDLC decision of denial of the application to appeal the ARC recommendation of denial to expand the second floor gallery for property located at 1015 Malpamine Street. Motion M 2387 by Councilmember Banks, a motion upholding HDLC denial, denying the applicant's appeal.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to uphold the HDLC and deny the appeal. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. This is one of the few remaining service wings and galleries, and that aspect of our architecture is important. HDLC is working to make sure that the owner can do many of the changes he's proposed, but that gallery needs to stay. And from what I'm told, he's not very happy, but he understands that this is what we need to do. And I wish him good luck on his test in grad school, and hope he does well with that. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Teresa, do we have any comments on this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2387 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 10. We have a legislative grouping, the VCC appeal of Ariel R. Silverstein, the Silverstein Law Firm, a professional law corporation, requesting on behalf of John C. Williams to appeal the Vucare Commission's decision of denial of proposal to demolish existing stoops and lower door sills by 18 inches per application and materials received 10/8/19 and 9/10/2020 for property located at 715 through 17 through 19 Bourbon Street. We have motion M 2398 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer, a motion upholding VCC's denial, denying the applicant's appeal.
Okay, great. I move to uphold the VCC's denial, denying the applicant's appeal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank my Councilmember Banks. Thank you so much. Is Brian Block here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm on the call.
Thank you, Brian. Would you like to give a brief overview, please?
In the interest of time, I'm just going to go through the nuts and bolts of the application. This is an appeal to lower the finished floor of the buildings at 715 through 19 Bourbon Street. The applicant is saying that they would like to do this for purposes of accessibility and also to reduce people sitting on their stoops, which they have found to be problematic with the business. However, the VCC finds that modifications to a building such as this, which was originally designed as a residence, is not appropriate. The modification would lower the building somewhat, but not enough to actually accommodate accessibility. And also there are less invasive means that we have suggested that could accomplish the same goal. But if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Councilmembers, as we heard, this applicant is seeking to lower the interior floor height and replace the exterior stoops with much smaller stoops, actually with steps. The rationale for these proposals, which the VCC denied, is twofold. One, to promote accessibility, and two, to reduce loitering on the existing stoops. Per the VCC, there are better alternatives to achieving accessibility that would have a lower impact on this historic building. VCC's made similar comments regarding the stoop, suggesting the use of a more minimally visible hostile architecture approaches that preserve the building as it is. The fact that we have so many stoops in the French Quarter that have been eliminated over the past 50 years makes it all the more important for us to preserve them. I have communicated this when I met with Mr. Silverstein. I also let him know that I was sympathetic to the business owner's concerns and connected him with the VCC staff to work on some creative solutions that protect the historical building fabric. Are there any other comments or there public comments before we go to a vote?
Yes, Councilmember, there is one public comment from Arl L. R. Silverstein, and he is a paid representative. This request is not abnormal, rather in line with other similar requests approved by the VCC. In particular, less than a block away, 626 Bourbon approved removal of stoops and lowering elevation, permit number 1706727. Preservationist Erica Gates indicates stoops being removed reflect changing needs of VCC and stoops limit flow of pedestrians. VCC staff report suggests stoops of historic value, yet these stoops are not the original stoops, and VCC design guidelines for East Lake does not mention stoops as being an element. Decision of VCC was arbitrary and capricious. Please review our submitted documents. That's the only comment.
Thank you so much. And I just would like to quickly respond to Mr. Silverstein. Mr. Block, it's my understanding that he's referring to something that was approved before the codes have been changed with the VCC.
Actually, 626 Bourbon Street is an entirely different building. It's a building that had been modified drastically over time and not representative of a particular style. So it's not really an appropriate comparison. The buildings at 715 through 19 Bourbon Street are identical buildings that are on a very decorative high style, and we are seeking to retain as much original fabric, or at least appropriate fabric, as possible.
Great. And I think people don't understand it, but the actual request is to lower the doors, which would mean he would have to lower the entire interior floor and all the windows, which would add to a different perspective of the doors and the windows.
And they'd be abnormally tall, which we did not find to be appropriate. There is a location in the alleyway there that they could install a ramp that would be not visible from the street, but we have not received any applications for alternative. Also, we suggested that they try to do an accessibility ramp, modifying the stoop on the side street instead of the main facade, and they did not propose or provide any alternate designs for that either.
Okay, so it really is not an accessibility issue that they have, it's probably something else.
Right.
Because they are very fortunate to have an alley between the two buildings and a corner property. So thank you so much. So with that, does anybody else have a comment? No? Okay, can we please have a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and motion M2398 has been adopted. On top of page 11, we have a legislative group in zoning docket 6420, City Council motion M2094, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish campground as a permitted use in Article 8, the MU Maritime Mixed Use District, to modify the definition in Article 26 and to modify use standards in Article 20, Section 20.3K campgrounds with the following considerations. 1, specifically included recreational vehicle in the types of transient occupancy allowed at a campground. 2, assesses and reevaluate the minimum area required for campgrounds to instead establish a density level for camping spaces. 3, assess and reevaluate the required perimeter lot setback as 20 feet or greater. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. Motion M2397 by Councilmember Nguyen. A motion approving the request subject to the following amendments. Article 26, definitions, campground, an area to be used for transient occupancy by camping in tents, camp trailers, recreational vehicles, travel trailers, motorhomes, or similar movable or temporary sleeping quarters of any kind for a maximum of 15 days. Article 20, Section 20.K.W. campground. Number 1, a maximum density of 50 campsites per acre is allowed. Campsites must be located a minimum of 20 feet apart. Number 2, campgrounds should comply with all applicable state and city regulations, including those governing the installation, construction, and/or operation of swimming pools, water supply, sewage disposal, food storage and services, plumbing, structures, electrical wiring, and fire prevention. Number 3, management headquarters, recreational facilities, coin-operated laundry facilities, cabins for counselors, overnight accommodations, living spaces, and other uses and structures customarily associated with the operation of a campground are permitted. Number 4, the storage of all campground materials and/or equipment shall be within enclosed structures. Year-round. Number 5, year-round residency is prohibited at any campground. Camping units are prohibited from use as a principal residence. Number 6, the perimeter setback shall be landscaped to screen the campground. Preservation of existing vegetation is encouraged. Number 7, each campsite shall be set back a minimum distance of 50 feet from the perimeter property line of the campground. Any permanent or semi-permanent structures such as platforms, ramps, lean-tos, garages, and sheds are prohibited within this setback. That is the motion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Council Member. The City Planning Commission is recommending modified approval of zoning docket 5620 to amend Article 8, Rural Development Districts, Section 8.2 uses, permitted and conditional uses to classify campgrounds as a permitted use in the Maritime Mixed Use District, subject to the use standards for campgrounds found in Article 20, finding that the use is compatible with other uses in the Maritime Mixed Use District. The Maritime Mixed Use District is located in areas adjacent to wetlands and water bodies like Lake Catherine, around a portion of the Mississippi River Gulf outlet near I-510, and around South Shore Harbor along Lake Pontchartrain. Staff or the City Planning Commission also recommends amending the definition of campground to specifically include recreational vehicles and the types of transient occupancy allowed. This is because this is a defined term in the CZO, which currently exists, whereas travel trailers, which is in the current definition of campgrounds, is an undefined term. Staff also recommends modifying use standards to establish a maximum density of 25 campsites per acre with a minimum of 20 feet between campsites and a required minimum perimeter setback of 50 feet or 100 feet if located on an arterial road. There are no public comments at our public hearing, and again, the City Planning Commission recommends modified approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. So colleagues, this is a text amendment that will allow campgrounds as a permitted use in the MU district found in Lake Catherine and Venetian Isles area. This also updates the definition of campground to include recreational vehicles. And we have submitted 2 amendments to the CPC recommendations to put the density of campsites at a maximum of 50 per acre and keep the setback a minimum distance of 50 feet from all property lines. I do ask for your support. I'd like to move on the approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Ms. Bleacher, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, we have 2 public comments. The first is from Stephen Siegler. I greatly support motion number M2094 and urge the council to unanimously pass these important matters. And the next comment is from Kurt Jacobs, providing I'm in favor of this zoning adaptation, which I believe will improve recreational development in our area. Those are both of the comments.
Thank you, Teresa. Any comments from my colleagues? Here, no comment. Madam Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jerusalem.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2397 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 13, legislative grouping, zoning docket 7120, Housing Authority of New Orleans, requesting for an affordable housing plan development in an HURM1 historic urban multifamily residential district on square 264, lot 30 or lots 30 and 2 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Barone Street, Phillip Street, Jackson Avenue, Brainerd Street, municipal address 2256 Barone Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 1 exception and 11 provisos. Motion M2388 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the request as recommended by the Commission, subject to 1 exception and 11 provisos as provided in the City Planning Report, with amendments to provisos 2 and 10. And the addition of 6 provisos for a total of 17 provisos to read as follows. 3, in accordance with Article 11, Section 11.3B, building design standards of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, the plans submitted to the City Planning Commission for final approval shall indicate that the proposed plans are compliant with all the requirements of the building design standards found in section 11.3.b. This would include reinstating the curb to provide for on-street parking adjacent to the site, providing safe pedestrian access and other modifications as necessary. This would also include provisions to ensure all shutters shall be operational and sized to fit windows. Number 10, the applicant should submit revised site plans to improve safety and circulation within the off-street parking area. The design of the vehicle parking spaces, driveways, and curb cuts shall comply with the requirements as set forth in Article 22, Section 22.8, and Article 22, Section 21.11 of the comprehensive zoning orders. This should include provisions of at least 11 off-street parking spaces at all times. The operator and/or developer shall submit a security and operation plan to be reviewed by the Director of Safety and Permits and all other relevant city agencies with the following added. The security plan shall include the provisions of exterior security cameras. The exterior security cameras shall maintain recordings for a period not less than 90 days, and any recording shall be made available to the Department of Safety and Permits upon request. At no time may an exterior camera be out of service for a period longer than 90 days. Required exterior security cameras shall be part of the Safe Cam Platinum Initiative and integrated with the City of New Orleans Real-Time Crime Center. 13, short-term rentals shall be prohibited at this development. 14, the developer shall place signage inside and outside the building indicating the name and contact information for a property manager who shall be accessible at all times. Such signs must be posted in a visible location near all entryways. Number 15, the applicant shall submit a litter abatement program letter to the Department of Sanitation for review and approval. The letter shall be inclusive of the stated location of the trash storage out of the public right-of-way, the type and quantity of trash receptacles, the frequency of litter pickup, and the clearing of litter from the adjacent right-of-way as necessary. The name and phone number of the on-site manager shall be included in this letter to be kept on file in case of any violations. Loitering in front of the structure and adjacent rights of way shall be prohibited. The developer shall place signage in a visible location near all entryways, reminding residents and visitors that loitering is prohibited. Decorative elements having historically functional purposes, such as shutters, balconies, windows, and doors, shall be operational. And council member, I made a mistake when I read your motion. It should have said a motion approving the request as recommended by the commission, subject to 1 exception and 11 proviso as provided in the city planning report, with amendments to proviso 3, not 2, and 10, and the addition of the 6 provisos for a total of 17 provisos to as read as follows. So those are all of the provisos. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that we do have public comment, so Teresa, if you would, read the public comment.
Yes, sir. We have 4 public comments. The first is from Stephen Kennedy. Council President and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to submit public comment on this zoning matter before you. I want to start by thanking Councilmember Banks for allowing me to discuss our vision for this project and his unwavering support for affordable housing. And thank you to Councilmember Banks' staff member, Ms. Jenna Burke, for her constant communication to ensure that we were engaging the community. My company, REO LLC, is the developer for this project, working in partnership with my team and the Housing Authority of New Orleans to develop much needed affordable housing. This project has been designed to ensure that long-term affordability will be provided to seniors who have contributed so much to our city. We will be integrating sustainable design components such as energy efficient appliances, pervious paving, and other green building standards that will improve our tenants' quality of life. Thank you for your time, and I hope that each of you can support this project. The next one is from Andronika Morris. The Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance supports this zoning docket and urges the City Council to approve it today. GNOHA was formed in 2007 to help developers and community development organizations rebuild New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina's floodwaters devastated the city. GNOHA's builder organizations committed to rebuilding in an ethical manner, which would address the generational problems that were highlighted by Katrina. Now GNOHA members support the implementation of the Housing NOLA 10-year plan in order to ensure that New Orleans is equitable and that we end housing insecurity. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the affordable housing crisis that has affected almost half of the people of New Orleans. The redevelopment of vacant Hano property is key to undoing the racist foundation our current housing system is built. The 2020 Housing NOLA report card found that one of the most severe needs was for one-bedroom units of all income levels, particularly for low-income seniors. For many, this is not a choice, but a lack of opportunity. We applaud this effort and urge all public officials to #put housing first by seeking ways to create and sustain affordable housing, especially for our vulnerable populations who make the city special. Maxwell Ciodoro, and he is a paid representative of the Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. The Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center strongly supports this development moving forward to create much needed affordable housing for seniors in this rapidly gentrifying neighborhood. The census tract where this development is planned has seen dramatic Black displacement in the last 10 years. In 2010, it was 73% Black, but by 2018, it was only 37% Black. New white residents have incomes more than 3 times than that of their Black neighbors, with a median income of $70,000 a year compared to $22,000 for Black residents. Notably, seniors currently living in the census tract have typical incomes of only $25,000 a year, suggesting they are very likely to be priced out by new white residents. We commend Councilmember Banks and the developer for patiently and diligently addressing many of the objections lobbied at this development by its detractors. In addition to some of the more typical concerns about height and density, we also saw more alarming and possibly discriminatory comments in the multiple NPP meetings, including residents complaining about the possibility of seniors living with their grandchildren in the units. Family status or the presence of children is a protected class under the Fair Housing Act, and discrimination on that basis is illegal under federal law. Neighbors at the last NPP meeting also focused many of their comments on concerns about loitering and property management, suggesting that their objections were less about the building and more about its future tenants. Though we support this development, we cannot endorse the provisos requiring a building that will disproportionately serve African Americans to have 24/7 surveillance system connected to the real-time crime center, as we are not aware of similar provisos for market rate buildings that disproportionately serve white renters. The suggestion that mostly Black renters deserve constant surveillance in a city that is majority Black, majority renter, and where nearly 2/3 of renters can't afford their rent and desperately need more affordable options is very concerning. To be clear, this surveillance requirement likely violates the Fair Housing Act and could also violate the 4th Amendment to the United States Constitution. This development is ultimately about ensuring our senior residents.
That is 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. The last comment is Lisa Mazkay. Please accept this communication in support of the proposed development at 2256 Barone Street. Our organization has provided social services in the area for over 50 years. Our Senior Wellness and Enrichment Center offers an array of programming, nutritional, educational, wellness services, social, and cultural activities. While we remain steadfast in our mission to serve area residents, we have noticed the adverse impact of a gentrification and displacement in the area since Hurricane Katrina. Many of our seniors had to find rental housing well outside of Central City, resulting in our transportation services reaching as far as Little Woods to accommodate devoted members. We have been excited to see the development of King Rampart and Bridges Turner Manor in the past few years, as quality housing choices dedicated to seniors have been lacking. As the baby boomers retire, downsize, and prefer to remain in the communities where they have raised families and enjoy support systems, we believe that expanding access to safe, decent, and sanitary housing remains an important priority in Central City. Further, we believe this project allows area seniors to age in place, remain connected to their community, and enjoy the amenities Central City has cultivated in recent years: Dryads, YMCA Natatorium, Ashe Powerhouse, Central City Barbecue, etc. We look forward to providing outreach and programming to interested residents, as we believe a strong village honors its elders and extends inclusionary protections as the ultimate show of nobility. Those are the 4 comments on this item.
Thank you, Teresa. Is Stephen, does he have to, Stephen, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, Council Member. Quickly, sure. This is an example of the use of the recently developed Affordable Housing Plan Development Zoning tool to create a permanently affordable housing development This site is located at the corner of Barone and Phillip Streets in Central City. It is owned by Hano and being developed by one of its development partners. The site is 14,000 square feet. It is to be developed with a 22-unit multifamily development that would include 19 one-bedroom units and 3 two-bedroom units. These units are to be affordable, all of them at the 80% area median income level, and at least half of them would be additionally affordable at the 60% AMI level. And these affordability terms meet the requirements of the planned development. The structure itself is to be 4 stories, 11 parking spaces. Because it's a planned development, it benefits from increased density through AHPD. It also benefits from—
It's always been part of the American dream.
It also benefits from the ability to have increased height as an exception through the planned development process. The Planning Commission recommends approval. It's really an appropriate use of this zoning tool and provides permanently affordable housing units in a city that certainly needs them. The comments that the CDC received generally echo what you heard today. Comments in support specify the need for affordable housing units and the appropriateness of the design. Comments in opposition addressed issues of building scale and parking concerns. So this is before you with the recommendation from City Planning Commission of approval with 1 exception and those 11 provisos.
Thank you, Stephen. I am going to move that we approve the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. As Stephen has stated, this is an affordable housing development that is going to be for senior citizens in Central City. This is a Hano-based property. I know that there was some concern or some questions raised about not having it be affordable and selling it to private developers for private homes, but it is a Hano property. We cannot do that. And by virtue of the fact that it is Hano, it is guided by the Hano regulations, which means that there is no choice that this council has but to have it go back into commerce as an affordable housing facility. Now, when we started this process, there were many concerns. And throughout this process, we have worked with the neighbors and the developers to try to get to a point where there was a comfort level for all. We've got, as usual, in the land of the provisos, I think it's 17 provisos that we have put in to try to meet the concerns of the neighbors. We've addressed the parking, the sidewalks, the safety, the management, the accountability. We've tried to address all of the concerns. I know that there is an issue, still one issue outstanding with the height, but in order to make the thing work, they had to have the height. Now that is the minimum height that they could get to make it work. They could have asked for more, but we tried to keep it within the confines of not being something that was going to be detrimental. So I am excited to be able to put this forth. Affordable housing is something that there are very few council meetings that you do not hear me talk about. We have an affordable housing crisis in our city. All of our citizens deserve the opportunity to live in this city, and in many instances in neighborhoods where they have been for generations. And what has happened is that in many instances, folks have been priced out of their neighborhoods, and there is an extreme pressure on senior citizens who no longer have the ability to go to work every day. They are definitely on fixed incomes. So this particular project will help put some senior units back into the middle of a neighborhood that has been affordable forever. So with that, I do understand the concerns of the neighbors. I've been here a long time, and I can remember how that facility that was there before ended up being a true problem in the neighborhood. We have put in the provisos and the safeguards to try to ensure that that never happens. And I want everybody to be clear that the reason that we put so many provisos on it was to try to make sure that we never went back to what was, but we have something that can can be an asset by providing affordable housing, but also not taking away from the quality of life of the folks that are already there. We do not want a problem nuisance, and we will never consciously support anything like that. So with that, I'm asked for a vote to approve, and I would ask you all to please support this with me. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
5 yeas, no nays, and motion M2388 has been adopted. We're now on to, at the bottom of the page, zoning docket 7220 has been deferred to December the 3rd. On page 16, zoning docket 7620 has been deferred to December the 3rd. On top of page 17, legislative grouping, zoning docket 7720, city council motion M2237, requesting a zoning change from a C1 general commercial district to a C3 heavy commercial district located on Prairie Lands parcel 14 on an undesignated square in the 3rd municipal district bounded by Michoud Boulevard, Interstate 10, Six Flags Parkway, and Interstate 510. Municipal address 14201 Michoud Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. Motion M2382 by Councilmember Wynn. A motion approving the request as recommended in the City Planning Report.
Hey, Stephen.
Thank you, Council Member. This is an application affecting a large 100-acre property in New Orleans East on I-10 near at Michoud. It is a fairly remotely located property. There's very little adjacent development. And it's got a C1 zoning and a commercial designation under the master plan. The applicant is requesting that the C1 zoning be changed to C3, which is the most intensive of those commercial designations that could be applied here. And it's really a sensible change given the isolated location of the property. It's very large size, its adjacency to the interstate, and opens it up for development that it's currently not well positioned for, including large format commercial or housing and distribution facilities. And so we think at the Planning Commission that this is an appropriate change given the context and nature of the site and recommend approval.
Thank you. Colleagues, the area in question is right off of the I-10 at the Michoud exit, historically underdeveloped, but already zoned commercial. This motion will upzone the 100-acre area from C1 to C3 to allow more commercial uses with the hope of spurring development in the area. I do ask for your support. I'd like to move on this zoning docket 7720. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Joe. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
No, council member.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2382 has been adopted. On top of page 18, legislative group and zoning docket 7820, city council motion M2242, requesting a text amendment to Article 19 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish a new interim zoning district, IZD, to be named the Lower Ninth Ward Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to amend the off-street parking regulations to only require one off-street vehicle parking space for 2 family dwellings of a certain width and no off-street parking for single and 2 family dwell of a certain width. Number 2, require 3 plantings beneficial to the neighborhood. And 3, set a new front yard built to line for properties in the Lower Ninth Ward. This text amendment will impact the area bounded by North Rampart Street, the Industrial Canal, Florida Avenue, and the Orleans St. Bernard Parish line. Motion M2383 by Councilmember Nguyen. A motion approving the request as recommended in the city planning report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Councilmember. The City Planning Commission recommended approval of this proposal as proposed. City Planning Commission's analysis found that the proposed text amendment appropriately addresses the identified need in the lower Ninth Ward to have greater flexibility in the provision of off-street parking, to increase tree coverage, and to establish a clear front yard setback standard. The IZD will promote the development of affordable housing in an area in great need of revitalization and promote tree planting in an area that lost much of its tree coverage following Hurricane Katrina, which has not been reforested due to the lack of residential development. The proposed text amendment is in line with the master plan and will support the provision of quality affordable housing in the lower Ninth Ward, and the tree planting requirements can act as a sort of pilot program for the recently adopted tree preservation study by the City Planning Commission. So again, the City Planning Commission recommends approval, zoning docket 7820 as proposed.
Thank you, Paul. Colleagues, so I think the reasons for a recommendation provided by CPC more than explain how beneficial this zoning docket will be for the lower Ninth Ward. One, this will allow more efficient development of quality, affordable housing opportunities. Two, the off-street parking reductions and exemptions would not have programmatic long-term impacts on the neighborhood. Three, the recommendations are aligned with the future land use maps and master plan. Four, the tree planting requirement meets a need for added tree coverage in the L9 and will also assist with stormwater management in the area. And finally, the alterations to the setback requirement will support the walkable environment that residents of the lower Ninth Ward want for their community. So I do ask for your support for motion 20-383. I'd like to move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Palmer. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett, thank you. Councilmember Williams.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I got you. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2383 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 19. All matters. Zoning docket 7920 has been deferred to 1213. Zoning docket 8020 has been deferred to 1213. On page 20, all matters. Zoning docket 8120 has been deferred to 1213. On page 21, legislative grouping subdivision docket appeal of Amy Scandalito, requesting to appeal the City Planning Commission's decision of denial of a re-subdivision for property located at 4533 Reed Boulevard and 10149 Sheffman Tour Highway. Subdivision number 08220. Report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission recommended denial of the request by Amy Scandalito, CSR Solutions LLC, Sephoria Dorsey, to re-subdivide part of Orpent 93 and Lot E into Lot X and Lot Y in Section 44, Township 12, South Range 12, East 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Reed Boulevard, Sheffman Tour Highway, Cardenas Drive, and Springwood Street. Municipal address 4533 Reed Boulevard, subdivision number 8220. We have motion M2384 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion overruling CPC's denial and granting the appeal.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Crowe?
Thank you, Council Member. This is an appeal of the City Planning Commission's denial of the subdivision application. The subdivision it involves two lots, one of which is commercially zoned on Sheff. It's a large 600-foot deep lot. And next to it on Reed is a residentially zoned, residential scale lot that backs up to it. What the proposal is to do is to really dissolve the property line between the residential lot and commercial lot so that the residential lot picks up the portion of the commercial lot. That creates an L shape that would functionally greatly expand the rear yard of the residential lot. So the crux of the issue from the perspective of the Planning Commission's regulations is twofold. One is that merging the lots would dissolve the the lot line that coincides with the zoning line. There's no explicit rule that says that this can't be done, but the subdivision regulations and the zoning regulations sort of operate under the presumption that you don't have split lots in general. So that was a concern on behalf of the Planning Commission. And then secondly, the lot would have an L shape, whereas the regulations seek for rectangular lots. They really say that you can't have side lot lines that run at sort of L shapes. And so by virtue of creating this L-shaped lot, there would be an inconsistency with one of the design regulations contained within the subdivision regulations. For that reason, the Planning Commission denied the application. There were a number of public comments in support expressed at the CPC public hearing, none in opposition. The support comments really centered on the fact that this would allow the property owner on Reed to expand their rear yard to kind of match the existing kind of how things operate at present. And there was support from some other neighbors as well. And so again, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crow. Colleagues, this motion is to overrule CPC denial and grant the applicant's appeal. Although the subdivision is considered irregular and does not meet CPC requirements, the applicant is looking to donate a portion of their land to the next door homeowners that has been using the vacant property as part of their backyard for nearly 20 years. This area is landlocked and not suitable for a commercial development. And following the subdivision, the recipients plan to re-subdivide again to donate the land behind the other neighboring houses that back up to the property to allow neighbors a larger backyard, the only suitable use of this landlocked parcel. So I do ask for your support. I'd like to move on overruling CPC denial and granting the appeal. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Councilmember, we have 6 public comments on this item. The first one is from Amy Scandalito. My name is Amy Scandalito and I live at 4805 Hennessy Place in Metairie. I'm writing today to ask you to approve my re-subdivision. There is no reason that my re-subdivision should have been denied. The staff recommended denial for the following 2 reasons. First, because my lot creates a split zone lot, and second, that my L-shaped lot creates a dog leg portion that exceeds 15% of the remainder. The fact is that both of those reasons for denial do not go against the currently adopted subdivision regulations. In fact, both split zoned lots and L-shaped lots where to dog leg portion exceeds 15% of the remainder are allowed within the subdivision regulations. Both Stephen Kroll and Robert Rivera agree and have stated publicly that my re-subdivision does not go against the subdivision regulations and that the 2 reasons for denial are new rules that they have developed in-house. These new rules are unknown to the public. During that public meeting on October 13th, 2020, that was live streamed on YouTube, at the 42-minute mark, Stephen Kroll agreed with me by stating, quote, "The subdivision regulations do not say you can't have split zoned lots. That's absolutely correct," end quote. Also during that same meeting, Robert Rivera at the 45-minute mark also agreed with me by stating, quote, "The other point that was raised about the 15%, there isn't anything in the regulations, and this is a policy that we have developed over time to recognize an omission in the subdivision regulations, which haven't been revised since 1999, so they're out of date," end quote. The residents of the city of New Orleans should know what rules they are to follow when submitting a re-subdivision. They also have a right to provide public comments to any new rules before becoming an official part of the subdivision regulations. If the regulations are followed as written, then my subdivision should be approved. The next comment is from Chad Robert. My name is Chad Robert and I live at 4435 de Montlusian Street. I am the co-owner of part of Lot 93. When Miss Scandalito and I decided to purchase the property, the church had one request. They asked us if after we purchased the property, if we would turn around and donate the rear strip of land that runs along the back of the neighboring house to the Dorsey family. They explained to us that the church never did use that rear portion. The school only occupied the front half of the strip that faces Chef Mentor. This can be confirmed looking at Google Earth images. The Dorsey family have been using that back portion as their backyard for almost 20 years. They purchased their home from the church as it was previously used as the church office and the pastor's house. Even then, the rear portion was used as a backyard. The Dorseys have cared for that land for a long time. They have it fenced in with plenty of fruit trees and vegetable gardens all around. Their future intentions is to re-subdivide the land again and donate portions to two of their neighbors, 4619 Reed and 4627 Reed. We have personally met with all of these people. They are really good, hardworking people. We are asking you to vote to approve our re-subdivision so it will not have negative effect on the quality of life of this family. Surinha Dorsey. My name is Surinha Dorsey and I live at 4533 Reed Boulevard with my husband. We were members of the church next door since 1980 and were married at that church in 1996. We purchased our home with the church, which was the church office, in 2003. Since then, we have used that rear portion as our backyard. In 2005, our house flooded during Hurricane Katrina. We then renovated our home as we wanted to stay living in New Orleans East. Unfortunately, in 2017, our neighborhood was hit by a large tornado, which ultimately destroyed our home as well as the church next door. Thankfully, the St. Bernard Project rebuilt our home. Due to declining membership, the church decided not to rebuild and tore down the church and the school, which then left a vacant lot. When the church decided to sell, I asked the pastor if I could continue to use the land behind my house as my backyard, and they told me yes, and said that I could have that land. When Miss Scandalito and Mr. Robert purchased the land, they agreed to donate the rear portion to me at no charge. They are paying for everything. Miss Scandalito and Mr. Robert did not have to agree to this, but they did. We have been so upset the last month thinking that we may have to give up our backyard that we love so much and enjoy so much. Also, since our neighbors are like family, we have promised to two of our neighbors, 4619 Reed and 4627 Reed, that we would donate the portion of the land behind their houses to them after this subdivision is approved. They too have been using the land behind their house as their rear yard. Everyone has worked so hard to clear the overgrowth and debris that has been dumped there over the years. Please vote to approve this re-subdivision. Daryl Thomas. I, Daryl Thomas Sr., live at 4619 Reed Boulevard. I am in favor of the re-subdivision of the lot behind my property at 4619 Reed Boulevard. I alone cleared and cleaned the area, which created a lot of pests that come in my yard and my neighbor's yard, such as possum, raccoons, snakes, and rats running in and around our homes. This was a huge undertaking, but it had to be done, especially after the tornado came through New Orleans East in 2017. This lot will be used as the rest of my backyard. Thank you for your consideration. Nathaniel Hawthorne. My name is Nathaniel Hawthorne, and I live at 4627 Reed Boulevard. I am in favor of the re-subdivision located at 4533 Reed. We have used the rear portion behind our house as our backyard for many years. Sam Z. Scandalito. My name is Sam Z. Scandalito, and I live at 4704 Page Drive in Metairie. I am the owner and president of SZS Consultants. I am a licensed land surveyor and civil engineer. I have been doing business for the city of New Orleans as well as other clients throughout the metropolitan area for over 50 years. My firm is the surveyor of this subject property and asserts that it conforms to the two rules and regulations of the current subdivision regulations that are in question. The reason for denial by City Planning Commission is arbitrary, whereas the re-subdivision survey follows the rules and regulations in question and is in compliance. Thus, there is no basis for objection. We, as surveyors, use these rules every day in our professional practice, and we cannot provide professional services to our clients with an additional set of unwritten rules and regulations. Those are all the comments to item 13.
Thank you, Teresa. And colleagues, I actually had an opportunity to visit the site, and these neighbors really been taking care of an abandoned area and really cleaned up. I was kind of learning from them in reference to how to remove vegetation. And I know, so I just want to thank the residents that live off in that area, have been taking care of the area and really working together as neighbors. I was really moved when I heard about this situation and wanted to make sure that I could do everything I can to make sure that we correct this problem and allow them to enjoy their neighborhood. So I do ask for your support on this. So it's been moved and second. Madam Clerk, please do roll call.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and motion M2384 has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 27. All matters. Ordinance calendar number 32,930 has been deferred to 12/3. Ordinance calendar number 32,932 has been deferred to 12/3. On top of page 28, ordinance calendar number 32,982 has been postponed indefinitely. Ordinance calendar number 33,008 has been deferred to 12/3. On page 29, ordinance calendar number 33,009 has been deferred to 12/3. On page 30, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,018, as well as the amendment to the ordinance has been deferred to 12/3. On page 31, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,020, as well as the amendment to the ordinance calendar 3320 have been deferred to 12/3. On top of page 34, we have ordinance calendar number 33,146 by Councilmember Williams by request. Councilmember, is somebody gonna put their name on this, or should we come back to it?
You can come back to it, ma'am. He's just a bit delayed and he'll be back for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,147 has been deferred to December the 3rd. On top of page 35, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,149 has been deferred to 12/3. Ordinance calendar number 33,155 has been deferred to 12/3. On page 36, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,156 has been deferred to 12/3. Motion line over, motion M2326 has been deferred to 12/3. On top of page 32, motion M2389 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. A motion appointing Ralph Mahana, Vice Alfred Goose, original term ended July the 15th, 2020, as a member of the Ernest M. Morial Exhibition Hall Authority, as nominated by the New Orleans and Company, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on July the 15th, 2024.
Thank you. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Druso. Council members, this item number 31 and the next ones through item number 38 are all appointments, and they were all heard in governmental affairs yesterday, and they were all passed and moved to today's meeting. So with that, I'd like to vote, please.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
I have 5 yeas, no nays. And motion M2389 has been adopted. Is that the one with Williams? Yeah, he's not here right now, so he told me to come back. At the bottom of the page, motion M2390 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. A motion appointing Oyodell Love, Vice Renee LaRapaluri representing the Treme Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending June the 30th, 2023.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Council members, we have one public comment from Stephen Kennedy on this motion. Dear council members, I've had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Aodell Love for many years, and I feel that he will be a great asset as a member of the HDLC because of his experience as an engineer and his love of his community. Mr. Love, I'm sure, will represent the Treme neighborhood and the citizens of our city in a professional manner. Thank you for your opportunity to support Mr. Love. Best regards, Stephen. That's the only comment.
Well, that's a great comment. Thank you, Stephen. So shall we have a vote? Did we vote on this one yet?
No, ma'am. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2390 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 38. We have motion M2391 by Councilmember Nguyen by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Tanisha Stevens, Vice Sarah Schremer, initial term ending November the 16th, 2020, as a member of the Metropolitan Human Services District, representing the judiciary with an emphasis on specialty court, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on November 16th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to move on for approval, please.
Second.
It's been moved and second.
Teresa, do we have any comments?
Sorry, no, council member.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2391 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion M2392 by Councilmember Nguyen by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Brian Turner, fulfilling a vacancy as a member of the Metropolitan Human Services District, serving as an advocate in the field of mental health, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on November the 19th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Like to move for approval, please. Do you have a second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second. Any comment, Teresa?
No, council member.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yep.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay. 6
yeas, no nays. Motion M392 has been adopted. We're on top of page 39. Motion M2393 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion reappointing the mayor's appointment of Geraldine Broussard Baloney, initial term ending July 16, 2020, as a member of the Ernest M. Morial New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on July 16, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move for approval. Can I get a
Second.
second? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Who second?
Councilmember Palmer, I believe.
Thank you. Teresa, any comments?
No, ma'am, not till number 38.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2393 has been adopted. Motion M2394 by Councilmember Banks by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Ruth Stephanie Bruno, Vice Rosalind Pacho, initial term ending June 30th, 2018, representing the Uptown Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2394 has been adopted. On top of page 40, motion M2395 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Donna Wakeman, Vice Maria Montero, fulfilling an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2022, representing the Maroney Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on June the 30th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Druso. Vote, please.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2395 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion M2396 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. A motion appointing the mayor's appointment of Lee Bressler, Vice H.V. Nagendra, initial term ending June the 30th, 2020, representing the Carrollton Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission's effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on June the 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So moved. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Palmer. Teresa, I know we have a comment.
Yes, Councilmember, it's from Marilyn Buck. City Council spoke and listened to department presentations for over 6 hours last Thursday, but then, in an undemocratic and cowardly move, limited what I'm sure were hundreds of public comments to a 40-minute time slot and then cut the rest of the comments off. I'm submitting this comment here because you did not hear my comment last week, and while I have written and called my own district representative, Councilmember Jeruso, on many occasions over the years in regards to a diversity of issues concerning the public, he never responds. Presumably because I'm not a campaign donor or a corporate entity of an industry in which he has vested financial interests. The following is on the topic of the 2021 operational budget proposal. 1, pay the Metro-wide hoppers on strike what they are owed pursuant to the city's own contractual obligations. Why was their payment due not in the mayor's budget proposal or presented as an amendment by any of the city council members? Despicable. 2, we have one of the highest murder rates of anywhere in the entire country, and this has been true for years on end. Why? Because you all refuse to listen to your own constituents on how to create real public safety. You don't even pretend to go through the motions of due process. If you listened to any of our suggestions last week about what we would rather see the city spend money on besides policing its own citizens, you might even have a safer city to represent to your precious tourism industry. But you didn't listen to how we want money and investment in public housing, public education, public health care, public youth programs for arts and music culture, public transportation, public libraries, and investments in industries that provide living wage jobs, the kinds of wages that sanitation workers at Metro-wide deserve. You don't listen, and you pass the mayor's crappy budget with no pushback because you don't care. You don't even advocate for parity funding for the Orleans public defenders. Neoliberalism and fascism go hand in hand. As elected officials, you are supposed to represent our needs and support our ability to live. Instead, you continue to divest public money from all the things that support life and leave people to fend for themselves under
That
a
is
white
2 minutes.
Thank you. That's the only comment for number 38.
Thank you, Ms. Beecher. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2396 has been adopted. On top of page 41, motion M2399 by Councilmember Moreno. A motion directing the Council Utilities Regulatory Office, CURO, to issue and advertise a request for qualification and proposal for an accounting consultant in accordance with Council Rule 42.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, she explained it perfectly. It's time for our RFP process to begin for our accounting consultant for CURO, and so this just allows us to begin that process. I'll make a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second. Seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett. Councilmember Williams.
Yes, Brossett.
Okay. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2399 has been adopted. We have motion M2400 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish the Algiers Riverfront Overlay District to ensure that certain uses and designs are compatible with and preserve the character and integrity of Algiers, applying to all lots except for those zoned neighborhood open space OS-N within the following boundaries: the Mississippi River at the Crescent City connection to Brooklyn Avenue, continuing along Brooklyn Avenue, including Brooklyn Avenue, becoming Powder Street, continuing along Powder Street to Pelican Avenue, continuing along Pelican Avenue to Booney Street, continuing along Booney Street to Delaranda Street, continuing along Delaranda Street to Seguin Street, continuing along Seguin Street to Morgan Street, continuing along Morgan Street until it becomes Patterson Road, continuing along Patterson Road to Hendy Street, and from Hendy Street north to the Mississippi River. And there is an amendment to motion M2400 by Councilmember Palmer. An amendment to motion M2400 to clarify that in the course of considering the proposed overlay, the City Planning Commission may also consider the possibility of one, rezoning some or all of the area within the proposed overlay, and or two, updates to the Riverfront Overlay, RIV-2, Algiers Sub-District Standards, Section 18.13.g of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion of the amendment has been added to the agenda.
I know we have a couple public comments. Do we hear them now?
Yes.
Before voting on the amendment, yes. So we have 3. The first one is from Barry F. Kern. I am writing as the largest property owner in Algiers Riverview on behalf of myself, my brother Blaine Kern Jr., and Holly Kern. We have been a staple in the Algiers community since 1932 when my grandfather Roy Kern located our family business there. That's 9 decades, almost 100 years. We have been a source of jobs, of taxes, and economic development. Most importantly, we have been a source of pride for the community. We have received no notice of this major change that will take a massive amount of property rights away from our property. We are requesting a 2-week deferral so that we can meet with the council member and our neighbors. We've been there for almost 100 years, and we are asking for just a 2-week deferral. Please support a deferral so that we can be part of the discussion and not have a process started without our input. Barry Kern, Kern Studios, Blaine Kern, Mardi Gras World. The next comment is from Fitz Kern. My name is Fitz Kern. I am writing to ask that this matter be deferred. I am the 4th generation of the Kern family to join our family business. This property has been part of my family's business for almost a century. In that time, this is perhaps one of the most significant changes to this property zoning. Specifically, this motion addresses cultural facilities and addresses amusement facilities. It is popular to speak about supporting our cultural economy. Today, we are asking the City Council to not pass a motion that could restrict the growth of our cultural economy. We know at the end of the day, this motion is largely about the apartment project down the block. Please defer this for 2 weeks so we don't start a process that hurts our cultural economy because of a zoning fight down the block. We received no notice of this until we saw the council agenda. We asked for a deferral to allow us to meet with our council member. And the last comment is from Holly Kern. My name is Holly Kern. I am the widow of Blaine Kern. As you know, my husband was born in Algiers Point and dedicated his life to creating a business in the community. Most of the property affected by this motion was accumulated by my husband and his family over the last 70+ years. The business my husband founded has been a source of jobs, taxes, and economic activity in Algiers Point for the last 70+ years. He loved Algiers Point and spent his life dedicated to its betterment. I did not receive any notice of this major change that will take a massive amount of property rights away from his property. I would like to request a deferral so that I may have an opportunity to meet with the council member and our neighbors to discuss the implications of this motion. Sincerely, Holly Kern. Those are all of the public comments for today's agenda.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you all for the comments. We have spoken with them, and I think there's just been some confusion about this. This is moving the process forward to City Planning Commission, which will allow for greater public input. And we have spoken again with all members, and we're going to ensure that they're part of the process as we move forward. With that, I'm going to move for approval of the motion as amended. Do I have a second?
And I'll second it, but Kristen, I just wanted to say that I too spoke with Mr. Kern, who said exactly what you said, that he's going to be working with your office moving forward and that he was good for this to move forward today. I think those public comments were submitted before having that conversation with you. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on that. So I will second.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilman Marino. I appreciate it. So just as an overview, y'all, I think you remember that in early 2019, we approved the Algiers Riverfront IZD, which we've since extended twice. The IZD is still in place on its last extension, and before it expires, the residents want to ensure that the CZO preserves the IZD protections. This includes a number of use restrictions, most of which will become conditional rather than permitted. But namely, residents' priorities is limiting the maximum building height, particularly in the area of Riverview, where the current riverfront overlay allows for buildings up to 110 feet, which is purely against the riverfront overlay, which happened on the East Bank. This overlay will achieve that. In talking with the CPC, there may be other options such as downzoning or amending the current riverfront overlay in addition to or in lieu of this proposed overlay, which would achieve my office's same goals. The amendment ensures that it is clear that the CPC has flexibility to consider these and other options, and especially input from all the property owners that we heard from earlier. Before we move to comments, I do want to thank the leadership and the bodies of Algiers Riverview and Algiers Point Association for their engagement with my office throughout this process, even though the hurdles of the cyber attack, COVID, and not receiving the resources that we had expected through this process. Okay, with that, are there any other comments
Did you
or questions from the dais?
On Facebook?
Hey, Jay, you're on. There you go. Anything else? Great. With that, then, can we please have a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Yeah, I did.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment passed. Now we need to vote on the motion as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2400 is adopted as amended.
Thank
On
you.
top of page 42, we have motion M 2401 by Councilmember Banks. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance, to consider amendments to Article 5, Plan Development Standards, and/or the creation of a zoning overlay district known as the Browns Dairy Affordable Housing Home Ownership District, bounded by Erato Street, Barone Street, Carondelet Street, and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, for the purpose of providing additional flexibility in the redevelopment of certain sites, which will allow for the creation of affordable housing home ownership opportunities.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to move to approve the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments, Teresa?
No, Councilmember.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is relative to the former Brown's Velvet dairy site. And this is a plan to actually create affordable housing. And affordable housing does not just mean rental units. Affordable housing also includes home ownership. And this is a very complicated structure that we are trying to work through in order to create what is so critically needed. Initially, the developer requested an overlay, but that's not something that we want to start going down that road. We are asking CPC to find the most expedient way to get this site moving, because again, we are in desperate need of affordable housing, and it is no secret that the quickest path to wealth in America is through home ownership. So whatever we can do to make it possible for working families to start building wealth for their future generations, I think is a good thing. So with that, I would ask you all to please join me and support this. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Yay.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2401 has been adopted. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Brossett.
Definitely, yes.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Kristin Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended.
Hello, council members. Ordinance is on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,171 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance calendar number 33,158 as adopted by the City Council on 2020 relative to the levy of ad valorem taxes upon the assessed value of all property, real, personal, and mixed, subject to taxation in the City of New Orleans, and to levy an ad valorem taxes on property located in special development and security districts in the City of New Orleans for the year 2021, and to reallocate the tax receipts for a state millage to revise sections 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 thereof to account for the results of an election on December 5th, 2020, in which a majority of the voters of the City of New Orleans authorized the levying of 4 new special taxes in lieu of 4 millages previously authorized by voters in the City of New Orleans, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,172 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to adopt the Downtown Development District's 2021 plan to provide additional capital and special services, facilities, and on improvements for the Downtown Development District of the City of New Orleans for the year 2021, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,173 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 12, Section 12.2.8, Table 12-1 of Ordinance Number 4264 MCS, amended by Ordinance Number 26,413 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to classify a tattoo parlor as a permitted use in a historic urban neighborhood business district and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 6720. Ordinance calendar number 33,174 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer. An ordinance to establish a conditional use of permitted community facility and neighborhood commercial establishment in historic Marigny Bywater Residential District and Residential Diversity Overlay District and an Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District on Square 629, Lot 3 or Lot 10, and Lot 4, Lot 14, or an undesignated lot in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Esplanade Avenue, North Claiborne Avenue, Cadillac Street, and North Robinson Street. Municipal addresses 1511 through 1519 Esplanade Avenue, and otherwise supervise respect thereto. Zoning docket number 6820. Ordinance calendar number 33,175 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle dealership lodge in the CBD 4 Exposition District and a CBD 7 Bioscience District on Square 430 lots 9, 10, 11, 13A, 14A, Part M and 17 through 28 in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Porter Street, South Claiborne Avenue, Clara Street, and Perdita Street. Municipal addresses 1709 through 1741 Porter Street and 516 through 524 South Claiborne Avenue and 515 Clara Street, and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 7020. Ordinance calendar number 33,176 by Councilmember Nguyen. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 7 of Ordinance number 4264 MCS amended by Ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to classify outdoor amusement facility as a permitted use in the General Plan Development District and the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridors Use Restriction Overlay District, impacting parcels in the General Plan Development District and the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District, and otherwise supervise with respect to. Zoning docket number 7320.
Deferred.
Ordinance calendar number 33,027 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a warehouse in the historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district and enhancement corridor design overlay district on Square 1 and undesignated lot in Part 19 to 22 and Part 1, 2, 3, and 4, formerly acquired for the Leak Avenue right-of-way in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Chapatula Street, Leak Avenue, Arabella Street, and Joseph Street. Municipal addresses 5620 Chapatula Street and 225 Arabella Street, and otherwise supervise respect thereto. Zoning docket number 7420. Ordinance calendar number 33,178 by Councilmember Brossett. An ordinance to affect a zoning change from a historic urban two-family residential district to a historic urban neighborhood business use district on Square H, Lot 53, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Clemata Street, Elder Street, Montpelier Street, municipal address 3666 Clemata Street, and otherwise supervise respect thereto. Zoning docket number 7520. Ordinance calendar number 33,179 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. And orders to approve and authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with S&M Collision Center LLC, and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,180 by Council Members Banks and Nguyen by request. An ordinance amend and reordain section 66-312, 66-314, 66-315, 66-316, and 66-317 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require property owners to keep grass below 10 inches, to clarify notice requirements and procedures for building owners for work done by the city, and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,181 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 28,245 MCS entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2020 to effect the following change to the 2020 capital budget to de-appropriate funds from the Chief Administrative Office, the Department of Public Works, the New Orleans Fire Department, the New Orleans Police Department, the New Orleans Public Library, the Department of Parks and Parkways, and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission. to appropriate funds to the Chief Administrative Office of the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works, the Municipal Yacht Harbor, the New Orleans Fire Department, the New Orleans Police Department, the New Orleans Public Library, the Department of Parks and Parkways, and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,182 by Councilmember Brossett by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,245 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2020 in accordance with the provisions of section 3-117 and 4-206 1-F of the city charter, and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,183 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance granting a non-inclusive franchise to Telpac Networks, Inc. to construct, maintain, and operate an above-ground and/or underground wireline telecommunication system, to provide for the furnishings of a surety bond, annual payments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,184 by Councilmember Moreno, an ordinance to amend and reordain 86-1.5 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit discrimination based upon hairstyles associated with a particular race or national origin, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And that completes all the ordinances on first reading.
All right, thanks, Ms. Temple. And Madam Clerk, if we could go back to item number 25 on the agenda for Councilmember Williams, I'd like to add my name on it so we can take action on it.
Oh, Keith just told me to defer it.
Okay, yeah, that's what we were gonna do. I didn't
Okay.
know if I needed to
No.
add my name to it to defer it. Okay,
No.
thank you.
So ordinance calendar number 33,146 has been deferred. We can officially adjourn.
All right, well, I will
Please.
make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, and I think Councilmember Nguyen beat you to it, Councilmember Drew, so
Fair
seconded
enough.
by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember
Yay.
Nguyen.
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays.
I was a yes.
I got you, Councilmember, don't worry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We are
Okay.
done. Yes,
So we are adjourned. Thank you all.
thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice Thanksgiving.
You too.
Happy Thanksgiving, Miss Laura, Miss Temple.
Bye-bye. Same to you.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everybody. Bye.